Well, it is good to see everybody here today already. Hope you're having a fantastic day, evening, morning, whatever it might be in your current time zone. We are doing a U.S. presidential debate pre-stream, tailgating, if you will. I will. Alright. So yeah, it's gonna be pretty informal. Have some bunch of videos. Basically what I did was make a playlist of every video for the last 24 hours mentioning the presidential debate from all the mainstream outlets, as well as some other stuff I've thrown in here. I just realized something. Hold on. Okay. I am back. Onto the pre-presidential debate coverage. Let's start it off here. CNN from 23 hours ago. Harris debate team prepares for potential insults from Trump.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed! Presidential debate eve. To those who celebrate, consider that just 74 days ago, Dana Bash and I hosted that first presidential debate of 2024 that went so horribly wrong for incumbent President Joe Biden. So wrong it caused
the
Democrats
worst
to do what
presidential
is
debate of all
unprecedented in the
time.
modern age. They made the call to the proverbial bullpen. Vice President Kamala Harris emerged as the brand new nominee. And now tomorrow night, she will be the one taking the stage for the second debate. It will be the first ever face-to-face meeting between Harris and former President Donald Trump, as a CNN poll of polls shows an agonizingly tight race with no clear leader. Trump campaign, for its part, is previewing some lines of attack for the debate today, saying that the vice president, quote, owns everything from this administration, unquote.
Now, before we let them make any sort of suggestions as what's going to be thrown around, anybody in chat got any ideas on what the Trump campaign team has in store for Kamala, attack-wise? Me personally, I think that I feel like they've really sort of run out of ideas over there, so interested to know what other people might be thinking right now.
Moments from now, Harris will leave Pittsburgh, where she has been in debate prep mode since Thursday. She is en route to Philadelphia ahead of the showdown there at the National Constitution Center. Today, two sources tell CNN that the Harris debate team has been preparing Harris for a range of potential insults and name-calling and derogatory comments from Trump. And a radio interview with the vice president released this morning gives some insight into her thinking.
He plays from this really old and tired playbook, right? Where there's no floor for him in terms of how low he will go. And we should be prepared for that. We should be prepared for the fact that he is not burdened by telling the truth.
CNN's Jeff Zalany is in Philly ahead of tomorrow's debate. Jeff, we're learning that Vice President Harris's debate prep included speaking to two other people
already
who have faced Donald Trump on the debate stage before.
I just noticed it's lagging. Why are you lagging already? What is the problem here? Whoa, even the stream software is lagging right now. Pretty significantly, at least from what I can tell. Oh my god. Yeah, on YouTube it's completely frozen. Twitch it's completely frozen. Yeah, that's bad. Alright, I guess we'll just chill for a second while we let this all catch up, I guess. I'll just play some music in the background. Vitingale is raiding with a... What? A party of 24. My god, thank you for the raid, Vitingale. Much appreciated. And all the follows. Lil Dragon, PJ Fry. Good to see you all. Unfortunately, the stream is currently... We just started 9 minutes ago, and it's currently buffering. We're trying to get this puppy on the road right now. I think, do we have I think somebody gave you a shout out in chat. Looks like, thank you. Whatever mod got on top of that for me. Much appreciated. Looks like it's starting to, it's loading better. I see it. Our buffering bar, aka the lava lamp, seems to be doing much better now. How was your stream? Hope it was good. We're just doing a pre-debate tailgate stream right now on YouTube and Twitch, as usual. Well, thank you for all those follows. I don't think that I even saw the raid notification go off, which is very sad, but I think it's because it was lagging so fucking badly just now. Alright, now let's get back to trying to watch some of this pre-debate coverage.
Jake, as we know, Donald Trump is heading into his 7th debate tomorrow. That's more than any other nominee. Of course, the two candidates he's debated in a general election are Hillary Clinton back in 2016 and Joe Biden in 2020, and of course in June, as you said. And Vice President Harris has spent some time talking with both of those fellow Democrats, I'm told, talking about what it's like to be on stage with Donald Trump. The reality is she has never had a face-to-face encounter with him. One of the reasons for that, he did not attend the inauguration back in 2020 when she was being sworn in as vice president. But I am told, even though she's been speaking with Clinton and Biden, she is approaching this in her own way. This is not a redo of 2016. I'm told that advisors are preparing her in a very different way. One specific example is not going after Donald Trump specifically on any misogynistic comments or racist comments. We've seen throughout the course of her very brief campaign as the
plan?
As the presidential nominee that she's been saying, you know, that is a tired old playbook. She wants...
And that's the plan, is to not go after Donald Trump for racism and misogyny? That should be interesting to see how that plays out. I mean, I get maybe not initiating that conversation, but I find it impossible that Donald Trump won't find himself saying something either racist, misogynistic, or both at the same time. And at that point, you got to address it. You can't just let it sit there.
Move on. That is part of the effort to be seen as the candidate of change. Of course, that is the central challenge for her because she is a part of this administration, the Biden-Harris administration. So that, I'm told by Trump advisors, is a top goal of his, to essentially lump her into the challenges of the Biden-Harris administration. We will hear that a lot tomorrow evening, I believe, talking about inflation, talking about immigration. But Jake, even though this is a global audience, perhaps one of the most important audiences is right here in Pennsylvania. We spent some time in Bucks County, as you know, just outside Philadelphia, a pivotal swing county, talking to voters. Some are inclined to, support her if they learn more about her. So there's definitely an opportunity for her to fill in some of those blanks about her policy. But there is no question she's arriving here in Philadelphia in about an hour or so. She'll be studying.
there does seem to be a great deal of blanks that we want filled in. Some of the blanks that were filled in during that Dana Bash interview were not super great. I mean, there were some good answers in there, for sure. Leave it to an establishment Dem to snatch failure from the jaws of victory.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Practicing again tonight. Jake, it's the biggest moment of her political life.
All right, Jeff Zeleny in Philly, thanks so much. Let's bring in the panel. Amisha, let me say, it's not overblown to say this is the biggest moment of her political life. It's an incredibly consequential one, and there's still so much that people don't know about her, voters don't know. 28% of likely voters in the New York Times Siena College poll say they feel like they need to learn more about her. The campaign today said the debate's a chance to introduce her.
That's interesting. Maybe it's just us, Chad. Maybe it's just leftists who want to know more about Kamala. What is this? What's going on here? 71% of people seem to think they know enough about Kamala.
Two undecided voters. What does she need to do?
Well, it's no doubt that Kamala Harris has a much steeper ceiling to clear than Donald Trump has to. And I think that she has a couple things. She has to narrate her story. She has to help people to understand who she is outside of the shadow of being a part of the administration. She also has to be that person who is willing to go on record and challenge Donald Trump where he needs to be challenged. We know that he has faced some scrutiny around his idea of tariffs, and that somehow being able to bring the tax funding that America needs to get a lot of things moving forward, like childcare. We know that that's not going to work. She has to call him out on January 6th. She has to be able to prosecute the case, so to speak. But she also has to narrate herself. And I think that in having to do both of those and delineate herself from some of the negative commentary that he's made about her, irrespective to race and gender, because he said other things as well. She's in the spotlight.
Yes,
this is going to be her night, and she has a lot more of a steep hill to climb than Donald Trump does.
And Mark, the Harris campaign reluctantly agreed to the previously arranged debate rules of the microphones being muted when it's not your turn to speak. A new Trump War Room post claims that handlers for Kamala Harris, quote, have been downplaying expectations amid reports she's terrified after her last-minute attempts to change the rule.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I'll bet that's the case. And I'll bet that made it right to the Trump War Room immediately. Kamala, so scared.
Failed, but it does seem kind of unwise to me. Like, why are they setting...
How do I respond to the accusations that my head is doodled on a sticky note? Well, first off...
How rude.
Secondly...
What now?
Expectations for her low. Shouldn't they be building her up?
Well, I know she wants that viral moment, the I'm speaking moment that she had over and over and over again with then Vice President Pence, which she's not going to get. She's a very competent debater, and she is.
There it is.
And she is very, as a prosecutor, obviously as a member of the Senate on the committees. I mean, she gave it to some of the nominees. So you've got to be ready. The problem is that she doesn't have the policy chops to defend and pivot away from her record with Joe Biden and explain to people why, even though she broke it, she's the one that should fix it.
Okay, so Alex.
Weird framing there. Posted some bingo. That's right. Omega Star did post some bingo cards. Because of that, I didn't even make bingo. I was going to make bingo cards. Thanks to the active participation of people in the Discord. There are things that I'm not having to do. Mods, non-mods, stuff like that is just so great. Because the fact is, I did have some old bingo cards sitting around from the Republican primary. I was going to update for this, but I think those cards looked pretty good. Although I'm not sure, I feel like we should make a competition out of it to some degree. Although I don't know how I could possibly manage it and do the streaming at the same time. Alright, let's just go to the next one. What is this? What's this next one? Forbes breaking news. What does a debate W look like for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris? Political scientist weighs in. Ooh, who's the political scientist?
It's science.
If we remember back to June during that disastrous debate for President Biden, most people I talked to came to the consensus that it wasn't necessarily a win for Donald Trump. The debate was just such a loss for Joe Biden. It really overshadowed any performance by Trump. So now, tomorrow night, September 10th, what does a win look like for Donald Trump, and what does a win look like for Kamala Harris?
I completely agree with the assessment that you just laid out.
I completely
in a two-person
agree.
contest, though, if the other side loses, you win. But I think the point was that Trump didn't so much capture a win as he was gifted it by Joe Biden's loss. And I think that both candidates will be looking for that in the next debate. I think that the really interesting question is whether they can stay focused on policy. I think both candidates have policy issues.
I feel like this guy is less of a political scientist and just owner of large bookcase. Nothing he said is interesting at all. Really appreciate it though.
That they really think they can be ahead on, and I think that the public needs to know what those issues are, and I think they need to be locked in. I want to say one thing about the way that the Democrats...
Do they have to know what those issues are ahead of time for them to be important, or can they just sort of be presented to them at the debate?
Coalesced around Kamala Harris, because I don't think that this point has made it out into the public discussion. Everybody talked about the incredible discipline that the Democrats showed, not only at the convention, which I thought was a big success for the Democrats, but in rounding up around Kamala Harris so quickly rather than having any debate. Everybody has talked about that, but they missed one crucial point. If Kamala Harris had needed to put forward her positions in order to win the Democratic nomination, she would be on record with a lot of these far left positions in the general election.
Would she? Yeah.
Nancy Pelosi.
All of her super far left positions, yes. Everything she said recently doesn't seem to be super far left. Pretty standard liberal sort of Democrat establishment stuff she's been saying lately. I mean, sure, there's definitely some progressive talking points in there too. I'm not gonna take it all away from her. But the right wing, and of course this is on Forbes breaking news, so the bent here is pretty much always in one particular direction. Yeah, it's pretty clear what he's trying to say. Kamala Harris, if only she'd been in the primary, then we'd all see just what a communist she is.
Illegal.
Okay, let's see here. By the way, is Nightbot, how long have we been going for? 20 minutes? I feel like it should already be doing it, and it's not doing it. This is very rude. Is it doing it on Twitch? No, I don't see it there either. See, earlier today, I think I talked about this like a couple of streams ago, about how I was trying to set up Nightbot to do automatic commands, and well, that is not going good. At least doesn't appear to be going good. Alright, let's go here. CBS News! I haven't seen any of these, by the way, so I have no idea what we're going to be watching with any of this stuff. I just threw a bunch of, like I said, pretty much every video that was on my feed that said presidential debate from a mainstream outlet. Let's go to CBS News. Yes, 22 hours ago, Harris and Trump neck and neck in 3 important states ahead of the debate.
Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Trump are quite expectedly gearing up for their presidential debate, just as you would imagine they would. The candidates will face off for the first time tomorrow night. That's in Philadelphia. Both are taking slightly different approaches in their preparation. Harris has been practicing with campaign advisors standing in for Trump, while Trump has had not very many of these mock debates, but has been brushing up, staffers say, on his various policies. Election day is just 57 days away. Tomorrow night's debate could, of course, prove pivotal. Our CBS News Battleground Tracker poll shows a very tight race in 3 important states: Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. Our Caitlin Huey-Burns and Ed O'Keefe are standing by with more on the debate, but we will start with Anthony Salvanto and the latest.
Now, as we talked about before, if Kamala manages to carry these 3 states and the rest of the expected sort of states, none of the other swing states, she can lose the rest of them and still win the election. That will get her exactly 270 votes electorally. Before we even let them talk, let's go here. I figured we would at least do this while we're just sitting here before the debate, and we can kind of look at the difference tomorrow, I guess, or maybe probably not tomorrow, but like next week, later this week. I don't know when they're going to do the new polls, but they often do them right after these things, so we may get results sooner. But let's go on to 538 and look at some of the aggregate polls, state by state here. I'm just gonna go straight onto the website. We'll go one by one. So you can see that right now, since September 3rd, Donald Trump has peaked up by about 0.4, 0.5, 0.7%. Obviously, this is since Kennedy has come out, things have seemingly, if this is where Kennedy dropped out of the race, you can see that there has been sort of a trending upwards for Trump. And if anything, Kamala Harris really hasn't moved in support. If anything, she's gone up. Well, no, she's basically tied with where she was at. But Trump has trended upwards since then by about 2 percentage points, which is at least half of Kennedy's votes. So this is Arizona. Let's go to, let's see, I don't need Florida. Let's go to Georgia. Trump here. Trump was up when Kennedy dropped out. Harris was trending above at one point during September, but is now down about as much as she was up last week. So down by about half a percentage point in Georgia. Let's go to, where are the other swing states? All right, let's go to Michigan. Michigan. Harris is up about 2%, which is basically where she's been, although she was up as much as 3.5% before Kennedy dropped out. As you can see here, her percentage has not really changed. It was 46.9 back here. It's 46.8 here. But Trump's has increased by 1.5 points since Kennedy dropped out. Once again, about a third of Kennedy's overall support. Let's go to Nevada. In Nevada, Kamala Harris is still up. It's been an incredibly tight race this entire time. And right now she's up by 0.5 percentage point going into this debate. North Carolina. Kamala Harris is up. This is news. She was down the last time we looked at it. She was down over here by about a little under a percentage point last week. And now she's trending upwards by just a quarter of a point. But I mean, that is a change. We'll see how whether or not that holds going through this debate here. Let's go to Pennsylvania. Well, according to this poll, Harris is up by about 0.7. Looks like Trump has increased. It's really the same story over and over again. Harris has barely lost anything in terms of numbers. It's Trump who has gained since the dropping out of RFK back in August. All right, I think we got through all of the swing states just now. Harris is ahead in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and North Carolina, did we say? Yeah, and North Carolina. That changes things. Wait, I feel like I'm missing one. Oh, we didn't do Wisconsin. I almost forgot all about poor Wisconsin, of which, of course, Kamala Harris is still up in, although it looks like her support has ticked down slightly since we last looked at it. Actually, no, it's just the map. Just the way I'm looking at it. But she's up about 2.7%. Or it has ticked down slightly. Or at least the gap between them has thinned out. It was at 3.7 back here in August 28th, and now it's down to 2.7. That means if Kamala Harris just carries those states that we just listed off, once again, the swing states plus North Carolina, I mean, she doesn't even need North Carolina, once again, if she carries those blue wall states. But having Kamala Harris now ahead in North Carolina is certainly an interesting development. All right, let's go back to watching bids.
Ed O'Keefe are standing by with more on the debate, but we will start with Anthony Salvanto and the latest CBS News polling. Anthony, what can you tell us?
Hey there, Major. Good to talk to you. Look, this is the definition of tight, right? Even in Pennsylvania, where the debate's taking place, effectively even Michigan.
Don't you dare feel bad for Wisconsin.
I want to show you one reason why within the framework of the economy, and it's this. People say that their incomes aren't keeping up with inflation. When people say that inflation is a major factor in their vote, we find Donald Trump winning the lion's share of those voters. Okay, that's advantage Trump.
On inflation.
That's a little bit retrospective, right?
Okay.
So punishing the party in power if you don't think the economy is doing well. But then when I ask people, okay, whose policies or would their policies help the middle class, you get a much more even breakdown. You get slight majorities in all these states saying they think Harris's policies will. You get about half saying Trump's will, but a little bit of an advantage there for Harris. So framing how they approach the economy, that's one way you sort of do a viewer's guide to what you're going to see tomorrow night, Major.
And Anthony, what can you tell us about the various groups that show up in our surveys and how they are supporting either Harris or Trump, or how there has been any movement in those groups recently?
Sure. Well, one thing you want to look at, I think, is the gender gap, and we're going to keep coming.
Thanks for the gifted sub, Omega Star. Looks like Zed Zier, you just received a gifted sub on Twitch. It's very exciting. Well, I don't see the fucking notification. I have no idea what's happening. Maybe it was... Maybe it's broken. I have no idea. It usually works perfectly fine. Did anybody hear it? I didn't hear it or see it. I only see it on Twitch. It's incredibly rude. This is so rude. Hold on. I'm looking at alerts to see if they're on. It is on. Alert box is on. Okay. If you say so. Maybe start working then. How's that sound?
To this because we've seen it in these states and nationwide. This is an example from Pennsylvania. Harris doing better with women. Some of that is about the abortion issue, not all of it though, but that's one thing to track, and that's one big group to look at. The other in these states really important are union households, working class voters, and look how tight all of that is. Both
I mean, it's not that tight.
Union endorsements.
It's tight, but I mean,
voters, that's all really tight as well.
This is not tight. Wait, this is 14 points. Are you even looking? Here's your eyes. And here's this. 14-point gap. That's not at all tight. It's the... In terms of presidential election numbers, that's the least tight I've ever seen. I mean, sure, 2%, Michigan and Pennsylvania? Yeah. But 14%? Wisconsin, come on, pal. It shouldn't even be on the list.
That's a couple of the key.
Who's in charge of these graphics?
White non-college voters make up almost half the voters in these states.
Megastar with another gift sub to Pendulous Dragon. My God, the galactic generosity is truly something to behold. It would be great if we could behold the Twitch notifications for said generosity. Which apparently, according to Twitch, they're on and working. Wait, is it turned off over here? It's not turned off over here. This is complete and utter ridiculousness. We're being repressed.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Which is definitely
illegal.
I don't appreciate that.
How rude.
That's another critical group that I think you're going to have to see. They're breaking towards Donald Trump, but can Harris cut in to some of those numbers, Major?
Anthony, it is assumed in the Trump world that when former President Trump posts on his social media platform, he is talking only to his base, and nobody else in America really pays much attention to those remarks, no matter how incendiary or ranting they may sound. What do we know about the effect, if any, of his social media?
Wow, seems like a lot of people find Donald Trump's comments about Kamala Harris to be insulting, and they don't like it. 71%, that's a huge number. Truly incredible. You're using your Weasels fund? The Space Weasels, yeah, Space Weasels, of course. Weasels in space. Okay, I guess we'll just keep watching this, because this thing doesn't start for another 2 hours. How many of these vids do I have?
Posts on the electorate?
Oh, people pay attention.
Oh my God,
they
I
don't
have a lot.
necessarily weigh that against their vote, though, by which I mean this.
You know,
We
we're
found
skipping.
7 in 10, and this is an example from Wisconsin, it's in all the states, who don't like those posts. In fact, they say that they're trying to be insulting toward Kamala Harris. But just the same, a quarter of those voters are voting for Donald Trump nonetheless. And many of his supporters don't think they're insulting. They like them. Same is in the eye of the beholder, Major.
They do think there is insulting. Once again, I don't know, Anthony, I don't know what's happening. I don't know if he's communicating or with the sort of, what do you call it? Like the graphics people, or if he's lost his sight suddenly, but it says insulting, and I like it. Not insulting, and I like it. Anthony, I need you to focus in, pal. This is your job. You're getting paid the big bucks to wear your fancy suit out here, and yet you seem to not know what's happening. I shouldn't have to remind you of what's going on.
A lot of Trump voters who feel that the messages coming out of the Harris campaign, they also consider insulting. Yes, they tell us in this poll that they'd like to hear positive messages, that they'd like to hear good things from both candidates. It's politics, and so they
okay. Wow, what insight. What insight. So appreciative. So glad we have CBS for all their great coverage all the time. It's just always so good and accurate. All right, let's go on. Let's just go here. Eyewitness News, ABC 7 New York. 23 hours ago, Trump and Harris prepare for first presidential debate. Wait, you know what we need? I just realized what we need. And I don't have, I should have thought of this beforehand, but it's okay. I can do this. I can do this without a sound shot. I can do it off board. Do it from YouTube. Probably easier on my computer now that I think about it. Okay. Wait, is this it? Yeah, this should This should work. This should be good. Okay. That's right. Harris, Trump, prepare for first presidential debate. Eyewitness News, ABC 7 New York from 23 hours ago. Are they ready for the fight? Let's find out. Okay, if I play that anymore, I'm pretty sure I'm definitely just going to get immediately kicked off the internet.
Race for the White House, and it would not be hyperbolic to say, or hyperbole either, tomorrow's debate between Vice President Harris and former President Trump could be the most consequential night of this campaign. Ms. Harris on top of the ticket for just 50 days, a large slice of the American public still asking what she stands for. Mr. Trump about to participate in a record 7th general election presidential debate, and a large slice of the public not asking at all what he stands for. People know, and know he's always got a wild card on the stage. You want to talk about must-see TV? Well, Eyewitness News anchor Sade Badenois at the debate site for us in Philadelphia.
Bill, we are here in Philadelphia, where in just 28 hours, Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump will come face to face for the very first time in what can only be described as the most consequential moment of this abbreviated campaign.
Are you ready, Madam Vice President?
Ready. Vice President Harris off the campaign trail, hunkered down for several days of intense debate preps.
Is anybody going to be watching?
Former President Trump, on the other hand, continuing to campaign, holding informal policy sessions with advisors in between appearances. Two different approaches from two different candidates who are both hoping that tomorrow's debate will tip the balance in what is an extremely tight race. A new New York Times Siena poll reaffirming that fact. 28% of likely voters say they need to learn more about Ms. Harris. Only 9% said the same about Mr. Trump. After all, this will be Trump's 7th presidential debate. And in a radio interview recorded last week and released today, Harris said she knows the former president's playbook.
There's no floor for him in terms of how low he will go. And we should be prepared for that. We should be prepared for the fact that he is not burdened by telling the truth. And we should be prepared for the fact that he is probably going to speak a lot of untruth.
For his part, Trump tried to temper expectations during a weekend rally in Wisconsin.
If I destroy her in the debate, they'll say, wow, Trump suffered a humiliating defeat tonight.
And both Trump and Harris will be
wow, he's trying to
in the coming hours.
I love how he's trying to pair everybody at the debate for him. I mean, at the rally for him to lose the debate and for people to be like, oh, he did very bad. It's, what do you call it? It's tempering everybody's expectations. I feel like he's a lot less confident about this one than the last one.
Course are already here, and coming up at 5:30, we're going to take you around town talking to people about what they want to hear on debate night. Reporting outside the National Constitution Center, I'm Sade Badenois, Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
All right, let's just go straight to this one. This is Forbes breaking news pre-debate poll, where
It's a
different
new Harvard
demographics
Harris
are
poll
landing.
out now, showing the state of the horse race, and boy, is it close.
Oh boy!
So, Dritan, break it down. What are some of your takeaways?
Hold on.
Well, it's very much in line.
Please hold. I just realized what I've done. We can't. No. We can't watch a Forbes news. When Forbes starts talking demographics, things get real dicey real quick. That's just my personal experience. I don't think we need this one. Let's move on. Oh, you know what? Fuck it. Let's hear what Forbes has to say.
Two other polls, big national polls that have come out today, essentially showing Trump and Harris being in a dead heat, tied in the final stretch of the election for the last 60 days or so. Our poll, if you look at it together with those who are still on the fence. Trump is at 47%, Harris is at 46%, so effectively a statistical tie.
So they're tied with people on the fence, which means that something dramatic would have to happen if their polling is correct to shift where things are at right now. And like we've been saying, Kamala Harris is ahead in the states that she needs to be ahead in. It doesn't really matter what's going on in many, southern states right now, where of course she's losing. If she wins the blue wall, it's over. She's ahead in North Carolina, like we just saw moments ago, which is huge for her, because that's how many electoral votes in North Carolina? It's in the teens, I think. It's like 13 or 14. Someone look that up for me. I'll do it. I'll stop being lazy. Oh my god. What in the fuck? Oh, I should have just done that. $16? 16. Okay, I was right. It is in the teens. I was right. Only took an embarrassingly long amount of time to figure it out. Now, let's keep it moving. I've had enough of Forbes breaking news. It's rarely breaking. Alright, let's go here. CBS News. Actually, that's not fair. The Forbes Clip Factory is breaking, but it's rarely relevant. And it's always, they're always trying to be as biased as they possibly can. They have a clear objective. They don't even pretend to hide it. Ooh, wait. Look at that. It's working. Nice. Okay, Nightbot is engaged and doing things. Ah, how good. It's true, though. Nightbot is right. You are the only hope of the GNN. You can donate on Cash App to make sure that the Galactic News Network continues its work out here in space by donating on Cash App. That's at least one of your potential options. However, that link, I'm just noticing, isn't an actual clickable link, is it? Or is it not? Hold on. Can I click it? Nope. Can't click it. Well, that's, you live and you learn. At least the timer itself is working as I asked it to. Alright, let's go here. CBS News from 22 hours ago. Harris advisor lays out debate preparations. 90 is a fickle little bot. It's so true. So true.
We're just one day away from Kamala Harris and Donald Trump's big showdown in Philadelphia. Michael Tyler is here to further discuss that. He is the Harris-Walz campaign's communications director and joins us from Wilmington, Delaware. Michael, always good to see you. It was said at the Democratic Convention in Chicago, I know you remember, by many prominent Democrats, there will be bad polls, the race will tighten. Don't lose focus, don't lose heart. How are you digesting this weekend's polling data?
Yeah, well, thank you, Major, for having me. Listen, I think what the polling data shows is what we know to be true. This is going to be a very, very close and competitive presidential campaign. It's going to come down to tens of thousands of votes in a handful of states. And so that's why nights like tomorrow night matter. But frankly, what matters even more is the work that this campaign is going to do coming off of the debate on Tuesday night when we're hitting the road and campaigning across every single battleground state. We're going to hit every media market in every battleground state between Thursday and Sunday of this week, because we have to leave no stone untouched over the course of the last 2 months of this campaign. One campaign is putting in the work to do that. The vice president is doing so. Donald Trump, it remains to be seen the degree to which they're going to put in the effort to actually get the job done. But we know between now and November, we're going to do everything at our disposal to reach every single voter that is going to help us decide the pathway to 270 electoral votes.
Who is the favorite and who is the underdog tomorrow night?
Well, listen, I think the vice president has made very clear that she sees herself as the underdog in this race, right? You're running against a former president. You're running against somebody who, as it relates to tomorrow night, has obviously, this will be his 7th presidential general election debate. The vice president debated last in 2020 against Mike Pence. He's also a showman who's going to be somewhat restrained by the muted microphones, given the fact that his team decided to overrule his decision here. But at the end of the day, the vice president is going to be ready to present her vision for where she wants to take this country and contrast that against whatever version of Donald Trump shows up. No matter what his behavior is like, I think you're going to see him and his Extreme Project 2025 agenda on full display, not just tomorrow night, but for the remainder of this campaign. And so the vice president sees this as an opportunity to continue to introduce herself to the American people, to continue to demonstrate what her vision is going to be for the next 4 years, and to make sure that the electorate understands the fundamental choice in this election.
After the first debate, which involved President Biden and former President Trump, the vice president was interviewed and said that the former president lied many times during that debate. Is she going to fact check relentlessly, point by point, the former president if that happens again?
Well, listen, I'm not going to get into too many of the previews of the debate strategy here, but I think it should come as no surprise to the American people that Donald Trump will, in fact, get up on that debate stage and lie for the entirety of it. That's what you see out of Donald Trump every single day. And so that's why, the vice president, of course, will make sure that people understand what the truth is. But this campaign will make sure that people understand exactly the threat that Donald Trump poses to the American people on every single issue. No matter what he says on abortion, we'll make sure that the American people understand that if he's able to regain power, he does plan to enact a national abortion ban with or without Congress. We'll make sure that the American people understand that if he returns to power, he wants to do nothing more than give more tax cuts to the ultra wealthy and more handouts to corporations. We'll make sure that people understand, as he himself often tweets or puts on Truth Social, as he did over this weekend, that if he's able to regain power, he intends to jail his political opponents and tear down the Constitution, as he has made clear. So we know the type of person that's going to show up in the debate stage. This campaign is going to remain disciplined and make sure that the people actually understand the true nature of the choice in this election.
Michael, to what degree does the vice president have to convey to the American public strength similar to that of former President Trump?
Well, listen, I think what she has to convey is what she's been doing since July 21st, right? She's speaking to the fundamental choice in this election, and she's speaking to what the American people actually want, right? They're looking for a new way forward, and that's what she has been presenting over the course of the past few weeks. Obviously, you saw it in Chicago during the convention, but you've seen her do this out on the stump, demonstrate how she intends to govern this country if elected. And so we'll certainly do that tomorrow night and contrast that against the sort of dark vision that Donald Trump.
Is there a war on Nightbot or some sort of chat v Nightbot fight happening right now that I'm not paying attention to? Sorry, I was trying to fix Nightbot, actually. While whatever was happening, lies to be checked. Post-abortion, post-birth abortion. Crime stats up. Tariffs paid by foreign nations. Anti-price gouging and price controls and more. Those are all good points. Those are all very strong points that I think Kamala Harris should be capable of making clear. Now, what exactly is all on Nightbot? What did Nightbot do, or what transpired to bring us to this point? Is it doing it? It's doing it too much. Why is it doing it so much? That's way too much. I need to fix that. Why is that happening so fast? Alright, well, you live and you learn once again. I'm trying, people. Daybot. Whoa,
In more ways than one, Beyonce's hit song
Fighter
Freedom
of
has
the
kind of
Night
become
Bot.
the unofficial anthem for Kamala Harris's presidential campaign now. In a memo reviewed by CBS News, the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee is urging an emphasis on freedom in close House races. I want to bring in our Scott McFarland. Scott, walk us through your new reporting on this.
Yeah, CBS News got a hold of this new memo from the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee in which they're urging their own members and their campaign advisors to adopt this freedom message in their campaign platform and their campaign messaging. Obviously, that would kind of coincide with what Vice President Harris is saying, but they also take this interpretation of the word freedom that they think can be mechanized effectively in their campaigns to expand freedom to not just protection of democracy, but women's reproductive rights, to issues countering Project 2025, which they argue may be encroaching too much on the executive branch and its freedoms. But also, I think it's indicative of the different complexion politically of these House races versus other battleground state races, because so many of these competitive House races are in states that are more traditionally blue. New York has a half dozen competitive races. California has at least a half dozen competitive races. From the House Democrats' campaign strategy, they think that type of messaging is effectively, or especially effective in states like that.
So those of us old enough to remember and who've read a few history books remember FDR, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, talk about the four freedoms. Is this a kind of 21st century echo of that kind of either messaging or emphasis?
I think it's good campaign messaging to have that type of word associated with whatever argument you're trying to make, whether it fits like a glove or not. One of the more interesting conversations I had today was with the Democratic challenger in the Pennsylvania 10th Congressional District. This is a Democratic challenger against Scott Perry, the multi-term Republican from South Central Pennsylvania. And I asked her about this idea of freedom, and she immediately segued from talking about democracy in January 6th to women's reproductive rights, almost synthesizing those two somewhat different issues beneath the same heading. So to a degree, it's branding, but the House Democrats are urging their own members to adopt this, thinking it to be efficacious.
What's the economic tie-in?
First of all, there's a tie-in about having the freedom to make your own decisions with your own money. I mean, they can make the argument that that goes into tax policies. Where are we giving our tax cuts? Where are we shifting our tax policies? Again, that fits under the branding concept. But you can see a history of Democrats doing this. Let me take...
He did say he remembers FDR. I think that's what he said. He doesn't appear to be that old, but maybe he's got like a real dope skin regimen or something.
Back to 2022, in that special election in August 2022, the first federal election after the Dobbs decision, the Democratic challenger used the words freedom and transitioned to abortion rights, women's reproductive rights, utilizing it for the first time, and the Democrats overachieved in that special election and won it in upstate New York.
Scott, you know Republicans would tell you, hey, we own freedom. We've owned freedom for decades. Democrats can't encroach there. They got no purchase.
And the Republicans, with
freedom is
their
our
response
thing.
to our reporting, said
Can't have
Americans are
freedom.
looking for freedom from Vice President Harris's
You don't have
history
the
of
freedom
policies.
to have
You can
freedom.
see how it's adopted
That's our thing.
and mechanized by both parties. But this is as much about campaign lingo, campaign jargon, campaign messaging, as it is about the platforms, because these two parties in so many of these battleground states have already spent a lot of money and a lot of airtime explaining their platforms.
And there's an Afghanistan report worth noting.
Yeah, this is
quite separate from our conversation about this DCCC memo.
Long awaited.
Okay, all right. Let's go back here. He's 35 and has bad skin. hey, why are you doing this to this poor guy? You know, he's just trying to, I don't know, capitalize on his whatever. I don't know. Ooh, Narwhal by Nature cheered 100 bits. Thank you for the bits, Narwhal by Nature. I don't know why our gifters on Twitch are being suppressed right now. But I really appreciate it. I didn't see or hear that one either. Usually it works perfectly. Hopefully when I restart the stream, because that was kind of my plan, is that we would do a pre-stream, and then we would do like I don't know, do you want me, should I do should I actually stream the debate? I feel like there's like literally 30 channels streaming the actual debate. Like, am I losing my mind? How many people? Let's just go here, see how many people are playing. Aside from the mainstream outlets, let's see who's upcoming. Vanguard. What you can do. I know MR is doing it. Dan from the Internet Bituation Room. Lurinati. Zateo. I mean, come on. Come on, people. I'm supposed to compete with all that? That's ridiculous. Although I was considering doing like although I guess I could do like an alternative chat. Many of those chats maybe they will be very blown up because of this, and you'll all want somewhere else to go, more cozy, like the Galactic News Network. So maybe I will. So maybe I'll end the stream, because I don't know if I can deal with not having functional Twitch notification. You got people over here donating piles of space cash, really Earth cash. Just sounds better when I call it space cash, I think. But yeah, and yet nobody hears or sees about it. And that's very frustrating. And I'm not about that.
Well, Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump will square off in their first and potentially only presidential debate tomorrow in Philadelphia, hosted by ABC News. Harris has spent the days leading up to the debate.
And by the way, I'm already planning on doing at least a short stream of like the regular stuff that we do around here. Right, so like we're gonna have like a regular stream later tonight, but it's gonna be short because it's gonna start late. But that's gonna be after the debate's actually done. I don't know why I'm telling you this right now. I'm telling you this because it's happening very soon, actually. That's why.
Debate hunkered down with her team, only making some brief public appearances. But Trump's debate prep strategy hasn't changed much, arguing he doesn't need formal preparation. Eyewitness News reporter Tanya Rivero has the latest from Philadelphia.
If there was ever a question about the importance of a presidential debate, think back to when Joe Biden's poor performance led to the beginning of the end of his re-election bid.
If you were rich, you would back me. You're backing me. You're backing the Galactic News Network already. Okay, you're a Galactic Patreon subscriber. Therefore, you're already backing the Galactic News Network. So I don't know what that means. That makes no sense.
Now, this debate comes at a crucial moment in an election which looks like increasingly it will come down to a sliver of voters. Final preparations ahead of the high-stakes debate between former President Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris. There will be no opening statements, no studio audience, no pre-written notes or huddling with staff during commercial breaks. Microphones will be muted when it's not the candidate's turn to speak.
Are you ready, Madam Vice President?
Ready. Harris has been getting ready in Pittsburgh with mock debates. Former Hillary Clinton advisor Philippe Ryan's playing the role of Trump, posting this video on X from 2016 where he helped Clinton prepare for Trump.
The vice president will defeat Donald Trump in the debate tomorrow.
Trump has been meeting with policy advisors, including Congressman Matt Gaetz, who's been helping with possible controversial questions, including Trump's legal issues and his stance on abortion rights.
Is anybody going to be watching?
Trump at a weekend rally in Wisconsin Saturday.
To every citizen who's sick and tired of the parasitic political class in Washington, November 5th will be your Liberation Day.
The latest 538 polling average shows a tight race, with Harris up by fewer than 3 percentage points nationwide.
Right now, Harris leading in 5 of the 7 big battlegrounds, but it is a tight race in all of them, including right here in Pennsylvania.
A New York Times Siena poll says
They didn't even include North Carolina, which we just talked about. She's ahead in North Carolina, too. Although, what we just looked at is that she's actually now down in Georgia. So I don't know when this was actually from a couple days ago, I think. So I think she's down 0.3 in Georgia right now. At least out of 538. Oh, but that's 538. This is going from 538. So I think that this must have been from literally data from like 2 days ago.
All of them, including right here in Pennsylvania.
A New York Times Siena poll says 28% of likely voters say they need to hear a little bit more about Miss Harris. So this is a huge opportunity.
Either way, she A, doesn't need Georgia, and B, has become much more competitive in Georgia than Joe Biden ever was. At least in this election cycle. That is for sure. Although he did carry Georgia last election. So when I said ever was, that's wrong. I meant in this election cycle specifically. Look at that Nightbot doing its job. Now I don't even have to do Patreon links. Look at that Patreon link in chat. Thanks, Nightbot. If you want to become even more galactic, you can just spend a few US dollars a month. Become a galactic patron.
For her. As for Mr. Trump, this will be his 7th general presidential debate, a record in American history. Reporting outside the National Constitution Center in Philadelphia, Tanya Rivero, Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
All right, I'm just going to let this play to the next one. I have no idea what it is. What is this next one?
As you know, there's a debate tomorrow night.
Nice.
Emma, that's all you've been thinking about.
Jackpot.
It's very stressful. Well, you know, the Giants were so horrible yesterday. That's all I can think about, yes.
People, I mean, I'm not sure what the advice people would give to Kamala Harris. I mean, I think, like, just do a good job, you know, go after Trump.
Don't take the bait where he tries to get in the muck, because she's going to try to bait him too, but they're aware of that, right? So they're in a bit of a standoff. And it's going to be a test of, I think for him, for Trump, it's a test of discipline, which he's failed so many times in front of our very eyes about whether or not he does go down that insult route. And for Harris, she has a lot more to juggle, I think. It's about how she presents herself to the American public, introduces herself for the first time, doesn't cave into his framing, those kinds of things.
But Fox and Friends knows what's really the most important thing for
Oh, of course, of course.
So Donald Trump is in a peculiar situation right now because when you look at the polling data amongst, you know, Latinos, black voters, you see these gangs happening. And there's a case for all these people saying they were better off under his economy. You want to keep those voters right there. What Kamala Harris is going to try to do is get him into this race war, right? To be vicious, to attack her as a woman. Don't put voters in that position.
Everybody just got
where they have
really
to choose
uncomfortable just
between their economic situation and feeling sympathetic for Kamala Harris.
Personal.
You can't I'm not saying that it is fair.
Pause it
I'm
for
not
one
saying
second.
that.
To make something clear to the folks, to my friends at Fox and Friends.
Oh, no.
When you attack someone for being a woman, or when you attack someone for being black, that's not personal. That's racism and misogyny. It's not personal. Yeah. They don't seem to understand this, and they're trying to make it say, because they can't say, just want to make it clear that if President Trump is watching us right now, because he does, don't be racist.
Right.
But they have to.
Yeah, personal attacks usually have to do with personality, right? Not, you know, immutable characteristics.
And don't be personal.
Unless you are, in fact, speaking intentionally to racists
They
and
know
things
that
of
he
that
wants to be
nature.
racist. Go ahead.
Personal.
You can't even. I'm not saying that it is fair. I'm not saying that she may go low and call him a racist on the stage, but his response should be, you said that about Joe Biden too, and you went to work for him. So you have to be very strategic right there, because they want ads of him eviscerating her from her personality and her being a woman.
Well, Chris Christie yesterday was on ABC, and he said essentially all she's got to do is, he had 2 words, charm and disarm. He said, be charming, be yourself, tell what your vision is, and disarm. When Trump says something that might be of a personal nature, just smile.
Well, people said that to him the last debate with Biden. Don't get personal. Don't talk about his cognitive decline. Just stick to the issues. And that worked well for Donald Trump.
Didn't have to talk about
It worked well.
Why
because
was
didn't
he
have to
able?
say anything about cognitive decline.
Yeah, he just killed it. Why was he able to not get personal with Joe Biden? Is it just because he showed a real lack of restraint? Or does it have something to do with Biden's gender and Biden's sexuality? I mean,
Oh my God.
not Biden's
I
sexuality.
can't believe you're going there, Emma.
Sorry,
Biden showed
shade.
Biden showed
Yes.
a restraint by Biden showed restraint by not being a woman.
I don't think I'll ever be able to recover from the phrase Biden's sexuality. I blame Emma for that 100%.
And by not being black.
That was very good of him.
That's a good point, though,
And
Sam. That's a
it
good
made
point.
it easier for Trump not to get personal. Go ahead.
Stick to the issues. And that worked well for Donald Trump.
Didn't have to talk about it. We saw him.
I think Chris Christie is one of the best debaters around, but I will say charm and disarm, that will be a win for Trump, and here's why. That means Trump just sits there and focuses on flip-flops and focuses on Afghanistan withdrawal, focuses on what his economy was, what he wants to do. And if they go back and forth and there's none of those moments of, excuse me, I'm talking, or of him saying something disparaging like, you were, now all of a sudden you're black, and you weren't, if there's none of those moments, Trump, I think Trump is in a really good spot at the end.
Well,
if they have a conversation.
The problem, though, Brian, is unlike Joe Biden, she is a skilled prosecutor.
Yeah.
And she's been putting people on the stand for years, for the majority of her career, and she's used to baiting people. And it's different than a debate. It is prying off of people's emotions to get confessions on the stand. And that's the part this is not a Joe Biden style debate where someone doesn't know where they're at. But she's fully aware where she is.
She has to stand by her record, though. Her record says it all.
Right, and here's the thing. Remember,
such
she
an
wound
awkward
up
conversation.
as vice president because she was so good at debating Joe Biden. She put Joe Biden on the spot, reminded her, I was the little girl on the bus.
Why am I'm not mad at Emma. I was joking. But the phrase Biden's sexuality broke me inside. I'm not sure I'm going to be recovering from that anytime soon. Just the thought of that really has affected me.
Now, I'll tell you what's interesting here about this, too. The clip's almost done here, right? They already know that she is not going to be able to do this based upon the rules of the debate.
Yeah.
There is no back and forth between them. It is all going to be questions from the moderators only.
Yeah, but it's great content, and it's guaranteed content, because if you know ahead of time that somebody can't do something, and you go out there and you say, oh, she's not going to do this thing, which, you know, asterisk, she can't do, you know, and you clip that, you put it out there, especially as Fox News, oh my God, Trump voters, MAGA people, they're going to eat that up. They love that kind of stuff. They're not going to double check to see if that was the rules for the debate. Not that they'd even care.
There's going to be no audience. The mics are muted, which the Trump people were relentlessly pursuing
to protect their own candidate
from himself. And honestly, from Harris being able to say, hey, dude, you just lied.
To cross-examine him. Yep. That's her greatest strength. So they've undercut that, and, you know, that's the Biden campaign setting the precedent. So unfortunately, we still have to deal with the stench of Biden in this race. I think that's a big part of what she has to overcome. But, like, yeah, I mean, what they're saying is that they're trying to build her up to the point where if Trump just meets base level expectations, there's going to be like, oh, it was a wash.
I mean, let's be clear. If Trump manages to get through the debate without seeming unhinged like he is at his rallies, without being racist, it's going to be like at the very least a wash or a win for him.
Yeah.
It's going to be they've got to figure out. Harris has got to figure out how they
will he manage
actually
that?
engage
That's the question.
Trump and not just allow him to have essentially some type of puff piece interview that he would have on Fox News.
Yes.
It'll be it.
Okay. We got more stuff to look at here. Let's go to Forbes breaking news from 22 hours ago. Doug Emhoff, aka the second gentleman, praises Kamala Harris's debate skills before Trump face-off, quote unquote. Kamala Harris can smell weakness.
I see that you know your judo well.
And get back out there on the road. So here I am in North Carolina. But thank you. There's a debate tomorrow. And the one thing she did say to the press yesterday was simply, "I'm ready." It's like, she's ready. And, I was a pretty good trial lawyer myself in my lawyer days. And, as couples, you have these, I won't call them arguments. I call them discussions. And every single time we get into a debate at home, I realize I already lost because she's such a good lawyer. She's always planted these little traps for me that I always walk into. So I haven't won one. But she is a first-rate lawyer, a first-rate intellect, and she does not tolerate any BS. For her entire career, starting as a prosecutor, then attorney general, putting away sexual offenders, taking down transnational gangs, shutting down a nonprofit college that was ripping off people. Oh, that all sounds familiar. Her North Star has always been fighting for us and standing up to cowards. Kamala Harris can smell weakness. And we know that cowards are weak, and she can see one from a mile away. And she knows the best way to take a coward on is head on. Right in their face. So the contrast tomorrow on that stage is going to be very clear. A lifelong public servant who has only had one client, us, the people, versus a guy whose only client has been himself, because that's all he cares about. And Kamala, she's so practical in everything she does, including the way she approaches public service. When she sees a problem, she solves the problem. When she sees...
All right. Well, there's Doug Emhoff, right from the second gentleman's mouth. Apparently has never won an argument against Kamala Harris before, back at home. Now, she may have different sort of leverage back home than she does in the debate stage. But, I say we take that with that, small grain of salt. Let's continue on. What's the September emote? I don't know. All I know is that the September thing makes it so that if you sub on Twitch, it costs 30% less. For, I think it's just a month. I'm not sure. I haven't actually looked enough into it because I've been so busy doing other things, like making thumbnails and clips. I don't know if anybody's noticed lately, but I've been clipping like a fiend I've been trying to clip as much as possible. Well, I don't know. Well, yeah, I mean, as much as possible, but time. With time and computer power. Let's go here. NBC News, 22 hours ago. Harris and Trump preparing for crucial debate showdown. Oh, where did I put it? Oh, god damn it. I think I put it away. Alright, just imagine it.
And now to that crucial debate between Vice President Harris and former President Trump. Their first and perhaps only showdown. Peter Alexander is in Philadelphia with new reporting on the 11th hour preparations.
Tonight, Vice President Harris touching down in Philadelphia. Her face-to-face with former President Trump just 24 hours away.
How are you feeling?
Campaign sources tell NBC News Harris and her team are focusing on ways to needle Trump, to provoke him, and that she's studied past Trump debate clips.
It's time to turn the page on the divisiveness. It's time to bring our country together.
But a key challenge for Harris, trying to present herself as the change candidate when she's also the incumbent VP. A new poll shows more than 60% of likely voters want a major change from President Biden. More than half of those voters say Trump will bring that change.
Oh, that's right.
But only 25%.
That's right. The final countdown. I did the completely wrong song for that. Great job, me. That was the final. Yeah. You know what? It's the same song. It's basically the same song.
A Harris will. Meanwhile, the former president at Mar-a-Lago doing what sources describe as informal debate prep. Among those advising him, former Democratic Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard.
We're run by stupid people. And we found that out at the debate with Joe. How did that work out? And we're going to find it out again on Tuesday night.
A crucial challenge for Trump, winning back more women voters. But this warning today from Trump rival turned supporter Nikki Haley.
Donald Trump and J.D. Vance need to change the way they speak about women. You don't need to go and talk about intelligence or looks or anything else. Just focus on the policies.
This will be Trump's 7th general election debate, Harris's first, and it could be their only showdown. Notably, the two have never met. Trump left town before President Biden's inauguration. Lester?
Peter Alexander, thank you. And a topic that could come up in tomorrow night's debate, the increasingly inflammatory rhetoric from former President Trump about his perceived enemies. Here's Von Hilliard.
Tonight, as he prepares for his critical debate showdown, former President Trump vowing to totally reshape the Justice Department and target political opponents.
We will completely overhaul Kamala's corrupt Department of Injustice.
He recently reposted doctored images of top Democrats, along with Anthony Fauci and Bill Gates in orange jumpsuits with the caption, "How to Actually Fix the System." And in Trump's new book, alleging Facebook CEO Mark Zuckerberg will try to unlawfully influence the 2024 election, writing, if he does anything illegal, this time he will spend the rest of his life in prison. Just this weekend, Trump promising possible retribution against 2024 election administrators, writing, lawyers, political operatives, donors, illegal voters, and corrupt election officials, those involved in unscrupulous behavior, will be sought out, caught, and prosecuted at levels unfortunately never seen before in our country. But illegal voting is rare, and tonight, a Republican election official in Arizona told us he's worried.
I'm concerned. We will see potentially professionals who are more willing to bend general rules of prosecutorial ethics or legal standards, who will occupy these positions.
This summer's consequential Supreme Court ruling also gave a president absolute immunity over anything he orders or says.
If I recall correctly, we saw this guy in a different video earlier this year talking about how Arizona had this sort of influx of election deniers attempting to get into office in election boards and other such sort of positions. It's funny to see this all come full circle till now.
Legal standards who will occupy these positions.
This summer's consequential Supreme Court ruling also gave a president absolute immunity over anything he orders or says to his attorney general. Though Trump's GOP supporters argue that DOJ and Democratic prosecutors are going after him to hurt his campaign.
My poll numbers, I believe, are higher now because the public understands it's a hoax.
The Harris campaign responding by saying that Trump will, quote, use his unchecked powers to prosecute his enemies. Lester?
All right, Vaughn Hilliard, thank you. Join us tomorrow night for coverage of the presidential debate. We get underway starting at 8
p.m. I thought it was 9 p.m. Why did I... Wait, it starts in half an hour. Oh my god. I have completely timed this all wrong. I thought we had 3 hours of footage to get through, not 2. Oh, Lord. I'm just the first time I'm noticing that it starts in literally half an hour. Good job, me. Great job. So proud of me. Alright, let's go here. We don't have time for this other one. What does a win look like for Trump and Kamala Harris in tonight's debate? Forbes breaking news for the analysis.
You bring up an interesting point of what a win would look like. What do you think a win would look like for Harris? Because as you noted earlier, I mean, the polls, they show both of them in a dead heat. A New York Times Siena poll came out today showing Trump ahead by 1 in a head-to-head matchup. Other polls show her up by a hair. So what does a win look like for Harris? And what do you think a win for Trump would look like?
One poll shows Trump up. The rest of the polls show Kamala Harris up. But of course, Forbes... Well, they've got that sort of IV drip of copium.
Honestly, I think...
Wait, it starts at 9? It starts at 9, then why are they saying 8? Why is NBC saying 8? Oh, maybe that's when they're starting their coverage, but the debate itself won't start until 9. Just restream the Majority Report secret stream? I could do that. That's true. 8 is the pregame. Oh, so we're... I see, we're just ahead of the game. We're already pre-gaming.
And I think what a win will look like for her is that if she stays calm, collected, and is able to
Hold on,
rebuttal
I gotta pee.
The majority
I'll be right
of
back.
what he says within the time that she has, while also answering those questions. Again, I think it's going to be very much about picking and choosing wisely, which I'm sure her team is. I mean, they've probably been doing debate prep with her for a month at this point, or as soon as they decided she'd be the nominee. So I think she's going to go in very prepared. I mean, she is a prosecutor, so I think her line of questioning is going to be very important in terms of what she asked Trump through her time on the stage. And then, you know, I think a win for Donald Trump would look like is honestly if she gets nervous and if she is stumbling or she can't answer questions correctly because she's too much in her head about making sure that she rebuttals all of his lies. But I'm very, very confident that that won't be the case.
Before I let you go, I do want to ask you a question about an endorsement that Harris picked up this week from an unlikely family, and that's the Cheneys. Congresswoman Liz Cheney, as well as former Vice President Dick Cheney, said they will be voting for Vice President Kamala Harris this November. What are your thoughts on that endorsement, A? And B, do you think that moves the needle at all in this election?
Did I miss anything? What did they have to say over here? Did they say as long as Donald Trump doesn't die during this, his supporters will continue to support him? I'm just... Oh, wait. Turn my camera back on. There I am. Hello. Okay. You have a ghost vape with a hybrid. Ooh, sounds fancy. All right. All right. Let's go here. This is NBC Bay Area for 15 hours ago. Kamala Harris, Donald Trump, set for the debate.
Decision 2024 now. Not an exaggeration to say that tomorrow night's presidential debate could decide who leads our country for the next 4 years. Polls showing the race neck and neck. Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump will face off in Philadelphia. NBC Barry's Terry McSweeney spoke to some local political leaders about what each candidate needs to do and not do to win over those coveted undecided voters.
It wasn't long after the last presidential debate in June that President Biden dropped out of the race after a disastrous performance. Tomorrow night, we'll see the only other presidential debate currently scheduled.
This debate is make or break for both candidates, really, especially for Harris, because a lot of voters still feel like they don't know enough about her. She's only been in the race for 7 weeks.
Harris has been spending her days in Pittsburgh preparing down to the last detail for the showdown with Donald Trump, reportedly going so far as to have the Donald Trump stand-in dress like Mr. Trump.
Harris really has to, stay calm, stay focused, present herself as presidential, and Trump has to stay away from the personal attacks and also try to stay on message.
I think people who think that Donald Trump is going to be some loose cannon are really misguided. I mean,
Chairman of the San Francisco Republican Party, John Dennis, adds that Mr. Trump,
because he's never
has
misguided
presidential
her.
Debate experience from 2016.
Yeah, no, he's never off topic or misguided. He's always so, he's just, focused on message. I mean, what?
I don't want reality.
What you talking about?
Against Hillary Clinton, 2020 against Joe Biden, he believes the pressure is on Harris.
Big concern for Kamala Harris is she hasn't been particularly good on her feet. And one gets the sense, especially when it comes to economic issues, that she really doesn't know what she's talking about.
The co-chair of the San Francisco chapter of the Progressive Democrats of America, or PDA, expects Harris to do just fine no matter what.
We're hoping that she shows up in such a way that she's able to carry the debate, she's able to make her arguments and not be interrupted constantly, and all of the other tactics that we've seen from him in the past.
Dr. Cho says the debate will give America a chance to get to know Harris and a chance to get reacquainted with Donald Trump.
Fortunately, I'm expecting Donald Trump to be Donald Trump, so...
Okay. The late, great Hannibal Lecter. I don't know if you know him. He's had very particular taste in food, just like me. Very good guy. I actually happen to think that I'm a lot like the great Hannibal himself. Now, I'm pretty sure that Donald Trump thinks that, oh shit, now I can't even think of what the actual name of the actor who played Hannibal Lecter in the movie, but I'm pretty sure he doesn't know the difference between, Anthony Hopkins, right? That's his name, Anthony Hopkins, and Hannibal Lecter. I think he might think it's like being John Malkovich type situation. It's me, John Malkovich. It is time for us to talk more about the upcoming debate, which is happening very soon. Alright, yeah, let's go here. Let's watch some of Kamala's debate skills here. Is it not Anthony Hopkins? Am I wrong about that? Why is somebody questioning Anthony Hopkins in chat? Am I wrong? Oh, you're all behind me, probably. That's probably what it is. Alright, let's go here. Let's see some of Kamala's debate skills, specifically as it relates to some of her time in the Senate. We'll start here with her questioning of then Attorney General Jeff Sessions. This is from 7 years ago. Los Angeles Times.
Attorney General Sessions, you have several times this afternoon prefaced your responses by saying, to the best of your recollection. Just on the first page of your 3 pages of written testimony, you wrote, "Nor do I recall, do not have recollection, do not remember."
Jeff Sessions
so my
doesn't
question is, for any of
recall
your
a
testimony
lot of
today,
stuff.
did you refresh your memory with any written documents, be they your calendar, written correspondence, emails, notes of any sort?
I attempted to refresh my recollection, but so much of this is in a wholesale campaign of extraordinary nature that you're moving so fast that
He is such a cartoon character. I swear to God.
don't keep notes. You meet people. I didn't keep notes of my conversation with the
Now,
Russian
I say I
ambassador.
object.
I'm just saying I didn't keep notes on most of these things, and there's
Will
nothing
you
for me.
provide this committee with the notes that you did maintain?
As appropriate, I will supply the committee with documents.
Can you please tell me what you mean when you say appropriate?
I would have to consult with lawyers in the department who know the proper procedure before disclosing documents that are held within the Department of Justice.
Attorney
And I'm
General
not able
Sessions.
to make that opinion today.
Sir, I'm sure you...
Now, Donald Trump doesn't have nearly the sort of political acuity of Jeff Sessions. I hate to give Jeff Sessions even that much of a compliment, but at least comparatively, Donald Trump can't even get close on that. So we should see if he's even capable of diverting in an answer as well as Jeff Sessions just did. I mean, he basically managed to, avoid answering that question as best as possible just now. Saying, we're going to figure it out. Okay there now, Kamala.
Prepared for this hearing today, and most of the questions that have been presented to you were predictable. So my question to you is, did you then review with the lawyers of your department, if you as the top lawyer are unaware, what the law is regarding what you can share with us and what you cannot share with us, what is privileged and what is not privileged?
We discussed the basic parameters of testimony. I frankly have not discussed documentary disclosure rules.
Will you make a commitment to this committee that you will share any written correspondence, be they your calendars, records, notes, emails, or anything that has been reduced at any point in time in writing to this committee where legally you actually have an obligation to do so?
I'll commit to reviewing the rules of the department, and as and when that issue is raised, to respond appropriately.
Did you have any communications with Russian officials for any reason during the campaign that have not been disclosed in public or to this committee?
I don't recall it, but I have to tell you, I cannot testify to what was said as we were standing at the Republican convention before the podium where I spoke.
My question is only as it
don't
relates
have the
to your
detailed
knowledge.
memory of that.
Okay, as it relates to your knowledge. Did you have any communication with any Russian businessmen or any Russian nationals?
I don't believe I had any conversation with Russian businessmen or Russian nationals.
Are you aware of any
Although
communications?
a lot of people were at the convention, it's conceivable that somebody
Sir,
came
I
up to me.
have just a few.
Well, you let me qualify it. If I don't qualify it, you'll accuse me of lying. So I need to be correct as best
Wow, why is he yelling? That seems a little bit unnecessary.
I can.
I do want you to be
and
honest.
I'm not able to be rushed this fast. It makes me nervous.
Are you aware of any communications with
Oh, it
other
makes him
Trump
nervous.
campaign officials
Wow, Jeff Sessions nervous over questions from Kamala.
and associates that they had with Russian officials or any Russian nationals?
I don't recall that.
And are you
You thought Jeff Sessions was Foghorn Leghorn? I don't blame you. I don't blame you. I don't blame you, tall.
aware of
At
any,
this moment,
are you aware of any communications with any Trump officials, or did you have any communications with any officials about Russia or Russian interests in the United States before January 20th?
No, I may have had some conversations, and I think I did, with the general strategic concept of the possibility of whether or not Russia and the United States could get on a more harmonious relationship and move off the hostility.
Ooh, fancy.
The Soviet Union did, in fact, collapse. It's really a tragic strategic event that we're not able to get along better than we
Before
are
being
today.
sworn in as Attorney General, how did you typically communicate with then candidate or President-elect Trump?
Would you repeat that?
Before you were sworn in as Attorney General, how did you typically communicate with then candidate or President-elect Trump?
I did not
communicate
submit
in writing?
memoranda. I did not make formal presentations.
Did you ever communicate with him in writing?
I don't believe so.
And you referred to...
Okay, let's keep going through these. This is Kamala Harris questioning Facebook's, at least then Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg.
Zuckerbucks.
I've been here for on and off for the last 4 hours that you've been testifying, and I have to tell you, I'm concerned about how much Facebook values trust and transparency.
You starting a new podcast, Bob? I think you should call your if you are in fact starting a new podcast, you should call it the Bobcast. Just saying.
I've been here for on and off for the last 4 hours that you've been testifying, and I have to tell you, I'm concerned about how much Facebook values trust and transparency. If we agree that a critical component of a relationship of trust and transparency is we speak truth and we get to the truth. During the course of this hearing, these last 4 hours, you've been asked several critical questions for which you don't have answers. And those questions have included whether Facebook can track users' browsing activity even after the user has logged off of Facebook, whether Facebook can track your activity across devices even when you aren't logged into Facebook, who is Facebook's biggest competition, whether Facebook may store up to 96 categories of users' information, whether you knew whether Kogan's terms of service and whether you knew if that Kogan could sell or transfer data. And then another case in point, specifically as it relates to Cambridge Analytica, is, and a concern of mine, is that you, meaning Facebook, and I'm going to assume you personally.
Echoing the Timcast, though? Alright, you know what? Tim Pool cannot own the idea of merging the word podcast with other words. Okay, just because he did it, alright, we cannot possibly base our futures or whatever on any of that. You know? Like, it cannot go this way in perpetuity. At some point, you cannot have a monopoly
As CEO.
on merging the word podcast with other words and other names. It's unacceptable.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed! I am aware in December of 2015 that Dr. Kogan and Cambridge Analytica misappropriated data from 87 million Facebook users.
Illegal.
That's 27 months ago that you became, as Facebook, and perhaps you personally became aware. However, a decision was made not to notify the users. So my question is, did anyone at Facebook have a conversation at the time that you became aware of this breach, and have a conversation wherein the decision was made not to contact the users?
Senator, I don't know if there were any conversations at Facebook overall, because I wasn't in a lot of them, but...
on that subject?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what other people discussed. At the time, in 2015, we heard the report that this developer, Alexander Kogan, had sold data to Cambridge Analytica. That's in violation of our terms.
Correct. And were you a part of a decision? Were you part of a discussion that resulted in a decision not to inform your users?
I don't remember a conversation like that. But the reason why...
Are you aware of anyone in leadership at Facebook who was in a conversation where a decision was made not to inform your users, or do you believe no such conversation ever took place?
I'm not sure whether there was a conversation about that, but I can tell you the thought process at the time of the company, which was that in 2015, when we heard about this, we banned the developer, and we demanded that they delete all the data and stop using it, and same with Cambridge Analytica.
They told us they had testimony in that regard, but I'm talking about notification of the users, and this relates to the issue of transparency and the relationship of trust, informing the user about what you know in terms of how their personal information has been misused. And I'm also concerned that when you personally became aware of this, did you or senior leadership do an inquiry to find out who at Facebook had this information, and did they not have a discussion about whether or not the users should be informed back in December of 2015?
Senator, in retrospect, I think we clearly view it as a mistake that we didn't inform people, and we did that based on false information that we thought that the case was closed and that the data had been deleted.
So there was a decision made on that basis not to inform the users, is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. And
but in
That's my
retrospect,
understanding,
I think
yes.
That was a mistake, and knowing what we know now,
That was
we
a
should have
mistake.
handled a lot of
Okay.
things differently.
Yeah.
I appreciate
Thanks,
that.
Marky
Fine.
Mark.
Do you know when that decision was made not to inform the users?
I don't.
Okay. Last November, the Senate Intelligence Committee held a hearing on social media influence. I was a part of that hearing. I submitted 50 written questions to Facebook and other companies, and the responses that we received were unfortunately evasive, and some were frankly non-responsive. So I'm going to ask the question again here. How much revenue did Facebook earn from the user engagement that resulted from foreign propaganda?
Well, Senator, what we do know is that the IRA, the Internet Research Agency, the Russian firm, ran about $100,000 worth of ads. I can't say that we've identified all of the foreign actors who are involved here, so I can't say that that's all of the money, but that is what we have identified.
Okay, my time is up. I'll submit more questions for the record. Thank you.
Okay. This is the questioning of Amy Coney Barrett as she was being nominated for the Supreme Court.
First, I want to extend greetings to Judge Barrett, and I look forward to our conversation this evening.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Before I begin, I want to just take a moment to talk directly with the American people about where we are and how we got here. So we are in the middle of a deadly pandemic that has hit our country harder than any other country in the world. More than 215,000 of our fellow Americans have died, and millions more, including the President, Republican members of this committee, and more than 100 frontline workers here at the Capitol complex have been infected. This pandemic has led to an historic economic crisis, causing millions of workers to lose their jobs without warning, and 12 million Americans have lost their employer-based health insurance. The Senate, I strongly believe, must be and needs to be laser-focused on you, the American people, to help you get through this pandemic. To do so, the Senate urgently needs to pass critical financial relief for those who are struggling because of this pandemic, and many are struggling. People need help. They need help to pay their rent or mortgage. Parents need help putting food on the table. The millions of American workers who have lost their jobs need help making it through the end of the month. And small businesses need help so they don't have to close their doors for good.
Now, if I recall correctly, at this time Kamala Harris was already the the vice presidential nominee. Like, Joe Biden had already picked her as his running mate. I'm pretty sure. But she was still senator of California at this point, I think.
But sadly, Senate Republicans have rushed to hold this Supreme Court confirmation hearing rather than help those who are suffering through a public health crisis not of their making. As I said yesterday, these priorities are not the American people's priorities. Since President Obama signed the Affordable Care Act into law, Senate Republicans' #1 priority has been to tear it down.
Did I say sex dungeon? No, of course not. What? What did I say that sounded anything like that? I can't even think of what I just said. But no, definitely didn't say that. Maybe go back 10 seconds, listen to that again.
And remember, before the ACA, the Affordable Care Act, insurance companies held virtually unchecked power over our healthcare system. They could refuse to cover basic medical expenses like maternity care, like mammograms, like prescription drugs, or hospital stays. Worst of all, if you were sick, they could deny you coverage altogether, and there was nothing you could do about it. Over the last 9 years, Republicans in Congress have tried 70 times to repeal or roll back the ACA in the United States Congress. In 2013, Senate Republicans were so desperate to stop its success that they shut down the entire government for weeks.
Well, it looks like
After President Trump was elected,
the
spent nearly a year
pre-debate coverage is about to start on ABC News here.
Americans from all over our country and all walks of life.
Oh, yep, there, I called it. There it is.
To require that lawmakers see their faces and understand how they would be hurt if there was a repeal.
Hold on, I'm just going to switch us over to that. Makes more sense to watch that at this point.
Disability community staged sit-ins on the Hill. Seniors protested to...
Okay, let's go here. Turn the volume on.
Former President Donald Trump running for the 3rd time.
Here we go, people. Here we go. It's getting going.
In the history of this country. Election Day just 8 weeks away. At the moderator's table tonight, ABC's David Muir and Lindsay Davis. Right now, the ultimate showdown, the ABC News presidential debate, live from the critical battleground state of Pennsylvania. Martha Raddatz, John Karl, Mary Bruce, and Rachel Scott in this ABC News special event, starting right now.
And good evening. I'm Martha Raddatz, joining you live from Philadelphia and across the globe with our powerhouse team coverage as Kamala Harris and Donald Trump are set to face off for the first time in a presidential debate.
Is ABC going to be a dick about the stream? Could be. Could be. I don't know for sure. Hard to say. I am going to try and talk enough to maybe not get banned. I don't know.
The first time the two have ever met.
It should all be just publicly available. Like, what the fuck?
Beyond extraordinary. Kamala Harris is now the Democratic nominee without competing in a single primary. Donald Trump, the Republican nominee.
I wouldn't copyright strike ABC for using my content.
The last election, and has suggested he won't accept the results of this one if he doesn't win. Joining us at the anchor desk, Chief White House Correspondent Mary Bruce, Senior Congressional Correspondent Rachel Scott. Both have been out on the campaign trail, crisscrossing the country with the candidates, gearing up
the entire country.
The most consequential moment of this incredibly consequential campaign. Just moments ago, Donald Trump's motorcade arrived here at the National Constitution Center.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Donald Trump's plane touching down in Philadelphia less than 2 hours ago. Kamala Harris arriving yesterday after spending days hunkered down in debate prep in Pittsburgh. Both campaigns have been here over the past few hours to get a first-hand look at that debate stage. And Mary, Kamala Harris has been preparing for this for weeks.
intensely preparing. She even went so far as to set up a mock debate stage, that stage there that she is about to walk out on, full with TV lights, doing these mock rehearsals. And she's also been turning to Hillary Clinton. I'm told that they have spoken in the last week. She turned to a lot of Clinton's.
I wouldn't go to. Don't do that. That's bad news. Let's hope not. Let's hope that she heard whatever Hillary had said was like, that's a great girl, but I'm good on all that.
Oh, girl, baby girl.
Because seriously, nobody should be taking any advice from Hillary Clinton on anything. It's an ill-advised sort of thing to do. Especially as it relates to, I don't know, going up against Donald Trump.
Seemed to spend a lot of time looking at all the angles, the camera angles. He has been preparing as well.
Yeah, this is a former president who is keenly aware of the
Ooh,
image.
Vergonia
And
flags
despite his
and
advisors
Twitch
insisting he
chat.
doesn't need any debate prep, the
Schmegly.
former president, I am told, is taking this very seriously. He knows just how consequential this
I think that's one of the emotes. You have to be a Twitch subscriber
walkthrough on the debate stage.
to
Former
get
Congresswoman
access
Tulsi Gabbard,
to.
you may remember, she challenged Harris on the debate stage back in 2019.
When she was a Democrat running for president.
When she was a Democrat running for president, now an independent who's supporting Donald Trump. She is
Hassan is watching NBC or ABC? Great. Perfect.
in these debate preparations. The big question, of course, tonight, which version of Donald Trump shows up? Is it the former president that stays on message, or is it the
Does
former
that
president
basically
that's on
make
the
me
attack?
the next Hassan? Who knows? Could be.
If he shows up on the attack, it's a very
What do I know?
Small and intimate. They will be just 6 feet apart. It is the room where it's all going to be happening. The stage is set for tonight's debate. So let's take you inside of that room. I went inside the debate hall just right before the candidates arrived. Take a look. When these two candidates enter this debate hall, it will be their very first time coming face to face, and they'll be standing just 6 feet apart. No live studio audience to cheer them on, no campaign staff allowed in this room either. Donald Trump won the coin toss and decided to give the final word in this debate. Vice President Kamala Harris choosing the podium on the right side of the debate stage. The candidates' microphones will only be turned on when it is their turn to speak. They will have 2 minutes to answer each question, 2 minutes for a rebuttal, and just 60 seconds for any follow-up questions, which means they'll be paying close attention to this clock right here. The colors will change as the time winds down, turning yellow when there's just 15 seconds left and red when their time is up. And of course, sitting right here will be our very own David Muir and Lindsay Davis, who will be moderating the first and likely only debate before the November election.
Control.
All right, so look, it is one thing to obviously meet your rival, but it's another thing to meet them on stage at the debate for the very first time, less than 60 days out from a consequential election. No pressure, right, Mary?
None at all. But of course, those strict rules that you just mentioned were carefully negotiated by the campaigns. Let's go over them again. No opening statements, only closing remarks. Each candidate's microphone will only be turned on when it is their turn to speak. Otherwise, they will be muted. Former President Donald Trump won that coin toss and chose to deliver the last closing statement. Of course, not unusual for them to want to coordinate all of these details.
Yeah, and Martha,
it's the details, indeed.
The details, and you've been at events. You've moderated general election debates. You, in fact, moderated that last amazing debate between Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton.
The microphones were not muted.
It was so amazing. It was just the very best. He's like so excited about talking about it.
Like studying for college exams and then taking them in front of 70 million people. The debate with Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump was like studying for college exams and then taking it in front of a firing squad. He would attack the moderator. You know, he would say I was unfair. He would say you're giving her more time. You really had to concentrate on keeping them both on message as much as possible. But Donald Trump has changed the debate stage forever. He's changed the way these debates are done. He had that one debate in 2020 where he was really off the rails. I think he learned his lesson from that one, but you absolutely never know what Donald Trump is going to say. And our moderators are so prepared for tonight, but there are always, always surprises.
And let's remember, he is no ordinary
what?
candidate. This is absolutely
The moderators are so prepared that there's always surprises? The moderators are so prepared that there's always surprises. They're so prepared that there's surprise. Always? What? That was... Wow. we're going to have to start keeping track of the most nonsensical statements said by these commentators here.
He has actually suggested military tribunals for his enemies should he get back in power. This is a very different kind of election.
It is a very different kind of election. And just what you said, John, that military tribunals. I mean, there are military officers out there who served under Trump before who are worried they're going to get pulled back and court-martialed. Looking at his political opponents,
former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
His own chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who he basically accused of treason. People like that. It is a different election, and people want to hear about what kind of president he would be again if he wins, and of course, what kind of commander-in-chief Kamala Harris
But
will
Mary,
be.
what I'm wondering is, will Kamala Harris make that a central part of her case? Will she prosecute that case against Trump, or will she stick to the issues?
Well, look, she certainly has made clear out on the trail that she is not shying away from prosecuting the case against Trump. It's a central part of her biography as she reintroduces herself to voters here. But really, her focus tonight is on seizing this moment, likely the largest audience she has so far, to make her case and make clear the split screen with Trump.
And Rachel, January 6th, which we'll probably hear something about here, January 6th is actually something that Donald Trump doesn't want to run away from. He once told me it was one of the proudest moments of his presidency.
He's really embraced it. I think a lot of Republicans after January 6th were hoping that he would create some distance
Moments of his presidency.
But since then, the former president has called those who stormed the Capitol rioters. He has vowed to pardon them.
Patriots.
And I call them patriots, excuse me. I had an opportunity to ask the former president about that recently. Take a look. My question is on those rioters who assaulted officers.
You have to
would you pardon
what's
those
going to
people?
happen? Oh, absolutely, I would.
You
If
would
they're
pardon
innocent,
those?
If they're innocent,
This
I would
moment
pardon them.
has
And by the way, the
been
Supreme Court just
how many times? How many times have we all heard that moment from them? I mean, they have clipped and clipped and clipped this thing time and time again. I feel like I've seen that moment at least a dozen times now.
The last several weeks in this campaign, this is essentially a tied race. Terry Moran, our senior national correspondent, has been tracking the polls and really more importantly, Terry, what's behind the polls.
Absolutely, John. The whole country knows this is a close race. It's historically close in the modern history of polling. Take a look at the polling average. The 538 national polling average right there has Harris up by about 3 points. Look, that's within the margin of error, but her momentum from the last 3 weeks is basically stalling. The latest national poll underscores this very simple truth. It is close. The battleground states, take a look at this. It could hardly be any closer there. Harris leading in 5 of the battlegrounds, but very narrowly, all within the margin of error. And one thing to keep in mind tonight, nearly a third
they
of
updated
likely
it.
voters
Look at that.
in these polls, they're telling pollsters that they believe they need to know more about.
Hold on, go back. They updated this. We were just looking at the one from yesterday where they had Georgia, her winning in Georgia and losing in Nevada. Now she's winning in Nevada and losing in Georgia. Interesting.
Foreign policy and more when we come back.
Okay, well then I guess.
It was a regular day for 19.
We'll just play some Galactic music here in the background.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Are we taking bets? How long before Trump gets butthurt and lashes out? You'll give it by the third question. I don't think I can legally facilitate bets. That doesn't feel right.
Is the ability to see what can be. Unburdened by what has been.
Doing a good job. Aw, thanks, Mitty. I appreciate that. You're doing a good job. I'm on top chat, which means I'm not actually doing a good job. It makes me sad. There we go.
Consequences. To see what can be, unburdened by what has been. We see what can be, unburdened by what has been. To see what can be. I got boxes full of Pepe. The ability to see what can be, unburdened by what has been. The pursuit of what can be, unburdened by what has been. You gotta be able to see what can be, unburdened by what has been. You all have the ability to see what can be, unburdened by what has been.
Streaming on Hulu. ABC News, honored for excellence with 40 Emmy nominations. Mornings, evenings, late night, weekends, streaming 24/7. 40 Emmy nominations.
All right, we're back.
ABC News, America's #1 news. When it matters most, America turns to David Muir and ABC's World News Tonight.
Reporting from the Republican
Ooh, that's what I
National
need to do.
Convention, I'm Lindsay Davis. Wherever the
I
story
should change
is,
the.
we'll take you there. You're streaming.
Change
ABC
the.
News Live.
Yeah.
Welcome back. We're
Ooh,
live
very
in the
fancy
National
looking.
Constitution
The
Center in
lights and
Philadelphia ahead of the
all
first
of that.
presidential debate. Both nominees will define themselves tonight and lay out to voters where they stand on major issues that affect us all. #1 among them, the economy. So let's bring in our chief economics correspondent, Rebecca Jarvis from New York, with where things stand after inflation reached a 40-year high in 2022. Rebecca?
Well, Martha, Trump's key advantage coming into tonight's debate is the economy. According to the latest numbers from Pew, 55% of voters say they are very or somewhat confident in Trump to make good decisions about economic policy.
Really?
Compared with 45% who say that about Harris. Harris has to walk a fine line tonight between owning the Biden economy while also differentiating her path forward. Inflation, as you just mentioned, Martha, it's come way down from that peak 9% to under 3% now. Wages are going up faster than prices today. Unemployment is 4.2%. That is historically very low. It is starting to tick higher, but it's still been incredibly low throughout this presidency for the most part. But people still feel sticker shock, and that is because prices are up substantially from 3 years ago. The typical family is now paying about $1,100 more a month today on the same goods and services as they were in January of 2021. Inflation is not just a problem here in the U.S. It is a worldwide issue since the pandemic. But Americans are looking to our next president to make the American dream achievable and the cost of living affordable, and that is what they want to hear tonight from the nominees. Who has that plan, Martha?
Thanks so much, Rebecca. It's something I hear from voters all over the country. That's what they want to talk about. That's what they want to hear. Kamala Harris knows that she is vulnerable on this.
Yeah, and she knows that this is top of mind for so many of those voters and that she is walking this fine line, as Rebecca described. She's proud of her record with Joe Biden, the Bidenomics record, but she knows she has to build on that and make clear to voters what she would do differently, how she would make a difference in their actual wallets. It's one of the few policy areas that she's gone into the most detail of so far. She knows that she has to continue to make that argument.
And Rachel, Donald Trump has just seized on this issue again and again, over and over.
Again and again, and for good reason, because you just heard from Rebecca there. This is the single most important issue to voters, and he does have an edge on Vice President Kamala Harris in poll after poll. It's a big reason why his advisors want him to focus on the issues tonight, not the attacks.
And the other issue where he has the huge advantage is the border security, immigration. So let's bring in Maria Villarreal down at the border in El Paso, Texas. Maria.
Well, you know, John, as of right now, we have seen the encounter numbers declining since June. That is when we saw President Biden come in with that executive order, basically shutting down the border between the ports of entry. A lot of agents, a lot of law enforcement that I've been speaking with along the border, they say as of right now, things are quiet and manageable. And then you add to that the tighter asylum restrictions and then the summer heat, and things are considerably different than what we saw in places like El Paso, where we're standing right now, in comparison to what we saw last year, right? The thing about immigration is it is an unknown for most of America, and that generates a lot of fear in people, which is why this has become a very hot topic. When we saw Trump on the border in Arizona a few weeks ago, he laid out part of his plan talking about tighter restrictions and penalties as part of what he wants to do if he's elected. On the other side of it, we haven't heard much from Harris.
Midi,
when it
are you
comes to
listening
her
right now?
immigration plan, other than she would try and resurrect that border security bill that was torpedoed right now. Listen, we have talked to voters. They want facts, they want policy, they want strategy. John?
And look, Trump's been taking a hard line on this issue
Many
for a long time,
doctors.
but an even harder
Are
line
you
this time
listening
on
right
the first
now?
He is vowing mass deportations, and in a recent interview, he suggested that he would even use the National Guard and even the military to target. We're talking about 15 million to 20 million people. Possibly.
Never mind.
The last government estimate was 11 million
Never
which he
mind.
hasn't
I figured it
necessarily
out.
explained exactly how this would be carried out.
Figured
but it is
it
one
out.
of the
I
campaign
found it.
promises that he makes over and over again at every single rally, John.
I found it.
And
I forgot I was already subscribed to the Majority Report
They
Live.
call her the borders are.
Yeah, and she knows tonight that she has to make clear to voters really what her role was here. She was not the border czar. She was never tasked with border security, as Trump has argued. She was put in charge of addressing the root causes of immigration. But it is certainly safe to say that they know this is a vulnerability for her. She is braced for those attacks to come tonight.
Okay, another key issue, crime and safety, of course, top issue in the election. Chief Justice correspondent Pierre Thomas has been tracking this for us. Pierre, joining us from D.C., Donald Trump has been slamming Democrats and Kamala Harris over the issue of violent crime, saying that it is way on the rise. What is the reality here?
John, here are the facts. Crime, particularly violent crime and gun violence, rose dramatically in Trump's final year in office. That increase continued in the first year of the Biden administration, but for the past 2 years, we've seen significant decreases, sometimes double-digit decreases in violent crime. Murder so far this year is down 17% in the nation's biggest cities. But no one's jumping for joy because gun violence is a chronic epidemic in this nation. And they're always flashing symbols that are painful reminders. And in just the past 7 days alone, we had a 14-year-old boy walk into a Georgia high school and allegedly kill 2 classmates and 2 teachers using an assault rifle. As we speak, there's a desperate manhunt in Kentucky to find the sniper who was shooting at people driving along a busy highway. These are all impacts on the way people actually feel, John.
You would like emotional support characters, please. Really?
And of course, another key issue.
Interesting.
And Kamala Harris looks at this as a
How many were you
very
thinking?
strong issue for the Democrats.
She has been out in front on this issue and hammering Donald Trump on this, blaming him, pointing the finger squarely at him, saying he is to blame for the tough new abortion restrictions sweeping the country. We have seen over and over again that she notes that he has bragged about appointing the Supreme Court justices who overturned Roe. She knows that polling shows this is a winning issue for her. And of course, that every time that abortion access has been on the ballot since Roe was overturned, reproductive rights have won. They see this as an issue that they hope will drive voters to the polls in November, especially as Donald Trump has been really struggling to define his position.
And he really has struggled to define that position. He takes
I
credit
think we've
for,
got these a
for
bunch of
helping to
times
overturn
recently,
Roe v.
haven't we?
Wade, but otherwise,
This is weird.
not very specific.
You've been getting these characters a lot lately.
But when you look at his record and what he has done, he has appointed 3 of the 5 Supreme Court justices that overturned Roe versus Wade. That cleared the way for 22 states to either ban or severely restrict access to abortion. But Trump has also said, even though he believes this should be a states issue, he believes some states have gone too far. He thinks the 6-week abortion ban in Florida, for instance, his home state, has gone too far. He didn't like that abortion ban that almost went into effect in Arizona. This is important for 2 reasons. As Mary mentioned, it's going to be on the ballot in a number of states, including several battleground states. And this issue has won every single time, even in conservative states. Second reason why this is important, Donald Trump is losing ground when it comes to likely female voters against Vice President Kamala Harris.
And a very, very important demographic. Coming up, both candidates hoping to make their case to voters in this critical debate, now less than 38 minutes away.
Okay, I think that's going to go to commercial break again. Yep. What do we listen to now? What do I even have on this board? Took it all off and I still haven't fixed it. We're gonna listen to this, I guess. Is that what this is? This sounds like human music. It does, doesn't it? Human music. Coming at you live from the Galactic Space Station, bringing you the humanist of musics.
Tellement contente du recrachage dans ma vie. Le recrache, mon amour.
Immediately, it's not sooner.
I think it's about to start back up. Here we go. Wait, is there a new Baywatch? What's happening? Everybody run out of ideas? What is happening? Why can't I get sound? Oh, this is very rude. Please hold. Please hold, chat. This is ridiculous. This is unacceptable. Thankfully, it's all commercials. At the dentist, you shake your ass. It seems like an inappropriate time to shake your ass. Also potentially dangerous. You know, you got the what do you call it? You have the dentist with the drill there, and you're shaking your ass? That seems like you could run into some situations you don't want to be in. I don't think I can support this. And I'm sorry about that. Anywhere else, I feel like I'd be like, you know what, that seems fine. About that, with a dentist, come on. Well, this is good. Oh, this is what I wanted. This is what I was like, you know what, I would like for the, and now it's caught up, and now it's playing, and oh my god. What just happened? Black screen. And what? Why? What the fuck? Why did I just get booted onto my own stream? There we go. Oh my god.
But there's about 30%, between 25 and 30% of Latinos that have traditionally voted Republican. They continue to do so, no matter who the candidate is. President Trump did improve those numbers in the last two elections, but Kamala Harris has also improved her numbers tremendously from Biden, from when before he dropped out of the race, but she still has not reached the amount of support that he had in 2020. So there's an opportunity for both Biden and for both Trump and Harris to capture the Latino vote.
Yeah, Harris is doing a lot better than President Biden was with this very key demographic. We were just talking about immigration, Maria. What about the views on immigration when it comes to these voters?
Well, for Latino voters, the views on immigration have shifted than they were in the last few elections. You know, now they support a more stricter laws, a more hardline approach toward immigration. And that is because usually the Democrats promised immigration reform, and Latinos were attracted to that promise, but that promise never materialized. Now they feel that the recent arrivals hurts not only their image, but they feel that it is unfair that they are getting paroled. Many of them are getting work permits, while there are still millions of undocumented people here living in this country that are either married to U.S. citizens or have children that are U.S. born, that have been waiting for decades, also the dreamers. And that's the one thing that I think that they need to take into consideration. One thing that might hurt President Trump is the mass deportations. Latinos are not in favor of mass deportations. Rachel?
Maria Elena Salinas, we so appreciate your time and your insights. Thank you so much for joining us. John?
All right, we are less than 30 minutes away from the first debate between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. When we come back, the global stakes in this most extraordinary moment.
Oh my God. Alright, I am getting super tired of their just incessant commercials. We're gonna watch something instead of just instead of this shit. Let's do this. How's this sound? I feel like literally anything else would be better than watching them sort of try and edge us until 9 o'clock.
President Kamala Harris landing moments ago in the city that will host her first and potentially only debate against former President Donald Trump. CNN's Priscilla Alvarez and CNN's Kristen Holmes are both in Philadelphia at the site of tomorrow night's pivotal debate. Let's go to Priscilla first. She's covering the Harris campaign for us. Priscilla, Harris shared some insight to face off against Trump.
That's right, Wolf. The vice president's team has been preparing her for potential derogatory comments, insults, and name-calling on the debate stage tomorrow night. And she said in a radio interview earlier today that she is keenly aware of the strategies that the former president might employ. Take a listen.
He plays from this really old and tired playbook, right, where there's no floor for him in terms of how low he will go. And we should be prepared for that. We should be prepared for the fact that he is not burdened by telling the truth.
Now, a close Harris ally also telling me that the vice president is also preparing to try to reach persuadable voters by outlining a vision and policies, especially on the economy. Of course, the campaign has been spending the last week putting out ads on the economy, trying to establish or illustrate a stark contrast with the former president, including lowering housing costs and drug costs. And so our allies and aides tell me that they also want her to stay focused on that and not get too pulled into how the former president may try to insult her on the debate stage. Now, of course, all of this will bookend what
at this point you're watching 4 different creators. That's hilarious. Wait, can I drag this over? I can't drag it over right now. But look at this. Okay. Can I do this now? Wait. Here, look. I also have this in the background too. You see it? So we're in the same boat. We're in the same boat.
President doing mock sessions there and also working very closely with her team to also identify areas in which the former president may have flip-flopped on policies. That's something that we may expect to hear from her on the debate stage tomorrow. But again, all aides and allies that I've spoken with say that they want her to focus on her policies while also trying to dodge some of those insults.
Kristen's with us as well. Kristen, earlier today, the Trump campaign previewed some of the attacks the former president will likely use on Kamala Harris. Tell us about that.
Well, if they held a campaign call, we heard from Jason Miller, a senior advisor, as well as from Tulsi Gabbard, Matt Gaetz, all people that we were told were part of the debate preparations that Donald Trump had, even though, of course, he himself and his team do not call it preparation. And they really previewed some of what we are likely to hear from Donald Trump when he takes the stage tomorrow. Here's Jason Miller earlier today.
It's very clear that Kamala Harris is the one who's been running the country the entire time. Another opening that I do want to point out here.
Okay, MIDI question.
Created with all the flip-flops within the ill-fated
a scale of 1 to 10. How much do you think Sam would care?
Really,
if we, I'm not even going to do it. No, you know, I take it back. I take it back. I'm not doing it.
For over the years, going all the way back to the
Let's watch a stream of us watching this stream.
Liberal policy position.
What? That's crazy.
He also said, as you mentioned, that there might be some surprises.
You're crazy.
Unclear what that would be. Remember, there's no live audience. There's not a lot of room here for surprises, but it's something they said. And when they were asked about how Donald Trump was preparing, they said something that we've been told time and time again by senior advisors, that essentially they view everything that Donald Trump does as some view of preparation. That includes holding town halls like he did in Pennsylvania, or speaking to the New York Economic Club, taking questions that he's not prepared for. But regardless of this preparation, I've spoke to a number of allies who told me they're still very concerned about his tone and temperament. You heard Priscilla there talking about how Harris is preparing for those personal attacks. He has been personally told, Donald Trump, by people close to him, not to engage in these personal attacks, that they don't believe that they're going to be successful. But of course, Wolf, as we know, Donald Trump is going to do what Donald Trump wants to do when he takes that stage tomorrow night.
I certainly will. Kristen Holmes and Priscilla Alvarez, thank you very much.
Stakes here tomorrow night are incredibly high.
Incredibly
Trump and
high.
Harris. And there's a lot that we can predict from their tactics in previous debates because we've seen a lot of them.
Is this CNN? Yes, this is definitely CNN.
Donald Trump and Kamala Harris have spent months talking about one another.
If Comrade Kamala Harris gets 4 more years, you will be living a full-blown banana republic.
If you've got something to say.
On Tuesday night, they will talk to one another in a dual scene around the world, but with one of the most important audiences here in Pennsylvania.
I don't know if I'll really know until
There you go. It's a stream of us watching the stream of us watching the stream, watching us watching the stream.
In history, Harris and her team have studied all
How's
of the
that feel?
previous 6.
Is it good for you?
3 with Hillary Clinton.
No puppet. No puppet.
It's pretty clear.
You're the puppet.
You're
and
the
3 with
puppet.
Joe Biden,
Will you shut up, man?
which offer lessons for both sides. For Harris, it's a marquee moment to show Americans she is ready to assume the presidency. A question very much on the minds of voters in pivotal Bucks County, just outside Philadelphia, where signs of support for all sides are inescapable.
by nature I am a Republican, always voted Republican. Not sure this year.
I'm going to go with Trump regardless. I don't know enough about Kamala, and big deals with the border and the inflation is my main thing.
My hope is that they're going to tell us what they're going to do, not what the other person has done wrong.
Pennsylvania is at the center of the presidential
You'd rather not be
race,
arrested
with
as a
Harris,
political
Trump, and
prisoner.
their allies
What?
spending more
That's
than any other
ridiculous.
battleground. $82 million
Who
from
doesn't want to
Democrats,
be
$74 million
not
from
arrested as a
Republicans,
political
as
prisoner?
a fight to define the vice president
it's-
dominates the airwaves.
It's a very different vision than Donald Trump's.
Dangerously liberal. Kamala Harris is no laughing matter.
Illegal. Harris has spent the last 5 days in Pittsburgh preparing for the debate.
Look
Look at her, liberally walking with her husband. How could she? Okay. Let's see. Are they doing anything yet? Hold on, I gotta switch back over here, see if they've managed to become interesting again. Here, let's see what they're saying over here.
Honor, not the Medal of Honor. There,
I think they're talking about Afghanistan.
Congressional Medal of Freedom, yes.
To
Christ.
the
Okay,
13
ABC.
service members who died at Abbey Gate in Afghanistan. And one thing at that moment, so that withdrawal from Afghanistan happened in August of 2021. The other thing that happened in August of 2021 was that Joe Biden became an unpopular president. His popularity, his favorability ratings went below 50%.
That's when he became
They
unpopular?
never came back.
He was never
Joe
that
Biden was also
popular
at the
to
time
begin
saying
with.
this would not be like Saigon. We all saw those images of that. It's hard to play that down. If you're the president, it's hard to call that a success. And Mary, let's go back to Israel and Gaza, a key issue also for Kamala Harris, and a very, very fine line she has to walk.
A very fine line, and this is one of those rare issues where she is taking a notably different tone from the president. She has been much more forceful in speaking out about the humanitarian crisis in Gaza, stressing, yes, of course, Israel has a right to defend itself, but saying Palestinians also have the right to dignity, security, and freedom. Now, policy-wise, she is largely vowing to continue the policies of the Biden administration, but there is no question on this issue, she is facing the most pressure from Democratic voters. I've been at nearly every Harris rally so far, and at almost every one, she is interrupted by protesters eager to make their voices heard on that. They will be listening closely.
Very strong voting bloc there, too. Rachel?
Yeah, they're going to be listening to that message. All right, so coming up, Senator Tom Cotton and Governor Josh Shapiro are standing by with just about 20 minutes until the debate. Stay with us.
Why do so many people.
Okay.
From ABC.
No, we don't need that. Let's go back to this.
It's time to turn the page on the divisiveness. It's time to bring our country together, chart a new way forward.
In a weekend rally in Wisconsin, Trump argued he is the true candidate of change.
Kamala Harris and the communist left.
The whole
have
leftist
unleashed a
mafia is
brutal
on already.
plague of bloodshed,
Oh my
crime, chaos,
God.
misery, and death upon our land.
How are
And it's
we
only
still
going to
over
get worse.
20
That
viewers
rhetoric
with the whole
raises
leftist
question
mafia
of
on?
what tone Trump intends to strike.
Clearly the
Whether it will be
space fans are
sexist,
strong.
as he often was against Clinton in 2016.
She doesn't have the look. She doesn't have the stamina.
Or seize upon policies of the Biden-Harris administration as he did in June.
We had the safest border in history. Now we have the worst border in history.
Trump has been familiarizing himself with old Harris debates too.
Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking. I'm speaking. If you don't mind letting me finish, we can then have a conversation, okay?
Please.
Ah.
Those stinging moments from a former prosecutor, now trying to make the case that she can turn the page to the presidency.
In the battleground state of Wisconsin, the CBS YouGov poll released over the weekend shows Harris and Trump are neck and neck. Harris is at 51%, Trump 49%. The 2-point gap falls within the poll's margin of error.
Trying to nap. Starts in 19 minutes. I don't know if that's enough time to nap. Unless you are really talented power napper. Like you could get like a 10-minute nap. I feel like that's tough.
Violinists serenade this farmer's market in the small town of Bailey's Harbor, Wisconsin, which is located in the state's easternmost county, a county that seems to have a sixth sense when it comes to presidential politics.
Who are you voting for in this election coming up between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump?
Kamala Harris.
And in 2020 between Joe Biden and Donald Trump, who did you vote for?
Joe Biden.
And in 2016 between Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump, who did you vote for?
Well, I did vote for Donald Trump.
What this violinist did is what Door County did. Donald Trump won the county when he won the presidency. He lost Door County when he lost the presidency. But that's just a part of the story about this bellwether county that sits on a peninsula. The voters here have backed the winning presidential candidate in the last 7 elections since 1996, and have only missed twice in the last 60 years.
Who do you plan to vote for in this election between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump?
Harris.
And in the last election in 2020 between Joe Biden and Donald Trump, who did you vote for?
Biden.
And the election before that in 2016 between Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump, who did you vote for?
Trump.
So you've switched around, just like this county does.
Illegal.
Door County has been one of the most politically accurate counties in the whole country. But because it's in the battleground state of Wisconsin, it's getting extra attention.
Do you know who you're going to vote for in November for president?
Well, I'll vote for Trump.
I will vote for Kamala and Tim. For Trump.
Kamala Harris.
You are the Door County Democratic Party chair.
I am.
What's the vibe on the ground right now?
Oh my gosh, the vibe has never been stronger.
You're the Door County Republican chair.
Yes, correct.
What's the vibe you have on the ground right now for what happens in this county on election day?
It's really intense, and there's a lot of people, for our side, we have a lot of new people coming in, a lot of people wanting to get involved.
We've gotten 300 new volunteers since Kamala Harris announced that she was running for
Nate Silver is projecting a
people in this
Donald
little
John Trump
30,000
victory, huh?
people.
There's a lot
Well,
of energy
thank
right
God Nate Silver is an idiot
Field
and
energy.
is
Plenty
usually
of
wrong.
signs voters here are engaged, and no problem getting them to talk about the race and the issues. Do you know who you're going to vote for in November for president?
I do.
And who's that?
Kamala Harris.
And how come?
Because I feel she's reliable, trustful, and she's for women's rights. And I think that's one of the big issues right now is women's rights.
You're ready to vote for Donald Trump. What do you think the most important issue in the election is?
I would say just like foreign policy.
Foreign policy.
That's probably the biggest thing.
The southern
Door
border.
County is a very picturesque place.
What is his
enchanting
foreign
for
policy
residents and tourists
desires?
alike.
I would love to
But
hear.
whether it maintains
I would
the
love to
propensity
hear what
for
that kid's
proficient political
like.
prognostication
Please hold.
remains to be seen.
I'm
Sorry.
predicting that we're going to win Door.
Sorry, please hold. Let's go back here. What is this guy's foreign policy concerns? Aside from what he said was the border, which is not really a foreign policy. It's a what's it called? A domestic policy, but I really am interested to know what this kid's feelings about foreign policy are and what Trump would achieve differently than Kamala Harris. It's a fascinating take. Still nothing.
The biggest thing to me.
Door County is a very picturesque place, enchanting to residents and tourists alike. But whether it maintains its propensity for proficient political prognostication remains to be seen.
I'm predicting that we're going to win Door County.
I think it's good to be confident, but don't get cocky. So, so I'm hopeful, but we have to make sure we work hard to, make it happen.
So what's the reason, Anderson, for this streak here in Door County? Well, there's no definitive answer. We do know that there's some luck involved. A lot of these elections have been very close. And we've also heard from people here in this county that it has a lot to do with the variety of people who live here. The population ranges from farmers who lived here their whole lives to people from Milwaukee and Chicago and other big cities who come here every summer, love it, and then move.
You think he thinks Trump will stop all the wars? I wonder how many Trump supporters actually believe that. Because Donald Trump would not stop all the wars. It's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous belief to hold.
Here permanently and go on voter rolls. So the combination of different people with different political ideas may indeed lead
Israel and Ukraine. Well, I think that's obvious that that's got to be the only sort of foreign policy most people are talking about right now. I mean, granted, here at the Galactic Network, we talk about plenty of stuff. But that's because we have a particular threshold around here. But, I'm just wondering specifically what he thinks Donald Trump is going to do that would be better.
a very close, dynamic election result.
Honestly, I'll bet he said it. I'll bet he said it in that bar and CNN just cut it.
Tomorrow's debate, we're looking back to 1960. Senator Kennedy and Vice President Richard Nixon in the very first televised presidential debate. Presidential historian Doris Kearns Goodwin knows it well. She chronicles it in her new book, An Unfinished Love Story, a personal history of the 1960s. And her husband, Dick Goodwin, helped prepare JFK for that night. Doris Kearns Goodwin joins me now. Doris, what are you going to be watching for tomorrow night in terms of short-term impact? And what do you think is going to matter to historians 50 years?
You would vote for Trump if he made subbing to me as a foreign policy issue? I mean, interesting. It's an interesting thought. I mean, if it was just you that had to vote for that, and for that to happen, I guess I'd be on board. One vote. I think we can deal with one vote. But can't get if everybody had to do that, no, I wouldn't be on board with that plan.
Yeah, when I think about a biographer 50 years from now, they're going to want to know what these couple days were like for each of the candidates. How did they prepare for it? Because those are the details that make it come to life, the kind of person it is. I mean, as we've been reading, that Harris has been preparing for days and watching all of the old Trump debates, and then she was slammed by Trump for having locked herself in and prepared too much. And he feels like can be easy with her because he's got a great experience. But that same echo, this is why I always go back to history, right? The same dynamic was there in 1960 where Nixon was sure he was the better debater. He didn't prepare for it. He was campaigning until the day of it. He was in seclusion on the day of it. And JFK prepared for days and days and days, even to the extent where they were each given a chance to go to the TV studio to look at the backdrop. And Kennedy's people went, and they saw that it was a gray backdrop, so they made sure he had a blue suit on. Nixon didn't go, so he wore a gray suit and sort of melted into the backdrop. But more importantly, Kennedy
that is important.
100 5x8 cards. He had memorized anticipated questions and anticipated rebuttal.
I can't remember this woman's name. I feel like we listened to her talk before. But wow, yeah. Suits. Maybe the suits and in the attire is going to be a big important thing in this. I don't know. I don't know.
To Nixon, and he sat on his bed the morning of the debate, flipping them off to the floor as he memorized each one. And he was so relaxed that he took a nap in the afternoon. And by the time he got to the studio, he knew what he had to know.
I remember this. I remember this lady. We saw her I think it was on PBS, come out and suggest that the pro-Palestinian supporters were somehow, less, not like, or no, more violent, more violent than the protests in the 60s during Vietnam, which is just a complete fabrication. Vietnam, they were doing the exact same things that pro-Palestinian supporters are doing. I'm pretty sure that's who this woman is. Doris Goodwin. Yes, I'm pretty sure that's who this one person is.
Whereas Nixon came in without having thought about it that much, thinking, I just know this stuff because I'm the vice president.
And your husband, Dick Goodwin, was actually involved in the debate prep for Kennedy. Kennedy and Nixon were relatively friendly from their time serving in the House together.
They had been indeed, and there wasn't a great acrimony even at that point in time. And my husband was part of a team of 3 with Ted Sorensen and a guy who did research.
I don't know why I remember that so much, but I think I just remember at the time being just incredibly offended by the way that she framed it. She came out as a historian, supposedly, and just made sort of a fucking joke out of historical context. Oh shit, the Majority Report is starting now. Their coverage. I'm going to turn this on. No. Theater mode? Ooh, yeah, there we go. I'll take that.
The destiny of America is always safe.
This is a special Majority Report broadcast. The first and perhaps last presidential debate between...
Or last presidential debate ever.
Or last...
If it goes a certain kind of...
This is a special Galactic News Network restream of the Majority Report's restream of the ABC presidential election debate coverage. Let's tune in.
Philadelphia?
Sorry.
Thriller in Philadelphia. All right.
I liked it.
Folks, Sam Cedar, Emma Vigland, Pizza, Matt,
Claire McCaskill.
All right, we have a problem. We should just tell you right up front. In the studio, we have been infested with fruit flies for whatever reason. We haven't been able to establish it.
It's probably all the apples.
Hey, dude, don't tell. Dude, you plan this shit at all? We're doing this at Majority Report Live, YouTube.com/Majority Report Live.
You actually.
Okay, so I just want people to understand that, nobody's going to hear you on that. For the folks who are watching us on our burner channel, we're a little bit
That's
nervous.
where we are.
It's the live events channel.
It's the live events channel, and the YouTube, the ABC people are, Disney is they're so woke that they're trying to keep
and close elections.
Yeah, they're trying to keep people from streaming this. Apparently, just saving it for all the different cable news networks, and so we're at our burner account. But of course, at any time, you can always go to majority.fm. You can watch it there. We will be back on our main channel at 11 p.m. There's a swarm of flies in here.
It's
a swarm of flies.
But nevertheless.
Wow. The majority report is under attack.
So let's just go with this.
Flies.
What do you think we should be looking for tonight, Emma? We have about 7 minutes.
Yeah, so I guess I think Trump is going to be acutely aware that the entire right-wing media ecosystem has been imploring him not to go personal, and by personal, they mean don't be racist, don't be sexist towards her.
Call her stupid.
That kind of thing. I don't know. I mean, a lot. I was just feeling a little bit
racist, sexist person on the
Exactly.
stage.
Why would you even need to tell me that?
I was feeling a little pessimistic about it because it was like, okay, even he can understand, like, this isn't the way to go. He was more restrained in the debate with Biden, but I thought about it a little bit more, and he just is so triggered so easily by her. I think she's going to be able to do it, but she's going to have a counterattack ready if he doesn't bite at the original stuff that she tries to goad him into. And then the other thing to look out for, I think, is one, like, does she say anything differently in terms of Gaza policy?
No.
Does she?
I already answered that.
Yeah, I don't think
that
she
will not happen.
But I think maybe she will try to differentiate herself from Trump, at least in that regard, because in Michigan that may be
you
important.
said today she's going to say, you said this on the program today, she's going to call him out for using Palestinian as a slur.
Right.
I think, like, you know, from a perspective of a progressive, we're not going to hear a ton of stuff that we're going to like.
Maybe stuff on the economy, I think, might be good because she has to go out a little bit more on a limb on that in that regard.
Obama versus Romney would be a nice model for her to follow, like out of touch rich guy.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think there's going to be some of that. But,
Well, and then also the idea, like,
makes a good
you don't
point.
have to, don't take my word for it. Look at his record. He did give taxes to the wealthy. He did say that he was going to build the border wall, and then he lied about it. Just look at his record.
The majority report chat is insane already.
Past facing, or, like, you know, basically, like, moralizing about the way he acts. She can gesture towards it with small statements and then pivot to defining herself. That's what I think is the best way to go.
I think the and you know, there's two things, and I had mentioned this in the preview that I had just done on the channel, but the first is, in terms of, like, how this debate goes, broadly speaking, my understanding is that the deal that ABC and the two candidates cut said that ABC can make the unilateral decision to unmute the mics. The plan is to mute the mics while one person is talking. That was the way that the Biden thing did. In this one, my understanding is that ABC, in the rules, can unilaterally decide there's too much crosstalk. We're not hearing what they're saying. We're going to turn the mics on. I am convinced that if they're going to do that, they will only do it if they announce at the top of the thing. And maybe we should go to ABC. Why don't we turn ABC on so that we see the very beginning of it? And then we can switch around, but we could keep it at ABC too. But if they say that at the beginning, just keep your eyes on that. Because if they say that at the beginning, I think they're going to do it. If they don't say it, they're not going to do it.
It stinks that Biden needed these, like, rules that coddled him so badly that they got to copy and paste it.
Yeah, I think that's a big
pee.
part of it. And now
Be right back.
here's the other thing. I just saw a poll on CNN that showed, of undecided, almost 50% of them need to hear more about who Kamala Harris is. Only 18% don't know who Trump is. So you have there, you know, we use the metaphor jump ball for, you know, what Harris's policy will be. It's also her jump ball to get in terms of convincing these voters. Now, my guess is, and I don't have any data on this, my guess is that those people who are undecided are not interested in substantive policy differentials.
Right.
They are interested in demeanor and whether she is a scary, screechy woman.
Or a hysterical one.
Or a hysterical one, or however you want to characterize.
But she can't take the bait, right?
Right. And whether she's going to be angry, you know, all of these sort of, like, tropes. Is she a socialist? Is she crazy Kamala? You know, cackling Kamala, whatever
Comrade
it is.
Kamala was
Comrade Kamala, all of that, we shall see. So the debate's going to start in, my guess is about 1 minute and 14 seconds based upon the countdown clock on the ABC. Pop them up. Let's get us into the thing.
Actually go there. He's
I don't know
racial
who's
identity.
calling me,
He's
but that is
her
now is
intelligence as
not
well,
the
or does he
time.
stick to the issues? Look, this is the largest audience they're likely going to have in this race. It will be interesting to see if Harris can make clear the stark choice before voters. And where does she decide to land her punches? She can punch hard.
Did they
Can
lose
she do
sound?
that
No,
while
you just
rising
lost
above the
sound
needle and coming
because
away? First and
somebody
foremost,
called
we're going to
me.
see a handshake when the two of them
So
meet
you
for the
can
first
hear it
time.
now.
We didn't back in 2016 when I did that debate. We'll
Oh, so
stand
Jonathan
by to
Karl
see
is
that
not
tonight, but
the
first
anchor.
time
Okay.
Who is the anchor?
It's David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
And I have my
Okay.
doubts that we're going to see that.
David
handshake,
Muir,
but we are gonna
the
see
most
is a
handsome of all the
spirited debate
anchors. That is
and
very
perhaps
true.
the most
But I don't
consequential
necessarily
general
know if,
election
like,
debate
I would
we've
have
ever
preferred
seen,
maybe
because
some less
almost
anchory
certainly
people.
I'd be
the last
curious
one.
if what David
So
Muir's
with
greatest
the
achievement is in
stakes so
reporting,
high,
if anybody knows that off the
presidential
top of their
debate
head.
just moments
I think he's
away.
kind of empty suit.
We have the
Being
entire
Disney
news division
planet.
Okay. Looking like a Disney prince.
All right, here we go.
I don't know what to tell you.
Checking on our live blog. It's all
I'm not
gonna
his
be
type.
happening. The debate
Yep.
now, just
Oh, can we
10
put on the
seconds
captions?
away,
Yeah,
and
let's
we
put on the
will be
captions
back
for that feed.
with
We'll
our
do that.
post-game show as soon as it's
Switch
over.
it
We
back.
got
Yep, we just did it.
Let's
There
do
we go.
this.
David Muir.
Oh, they just cut away from Jonathan Carly, sort of.
Tonight, the high-stakes showdown here in Philadelphia between Vice
I
President
will
Kamala
not be
Harris
talking
and former
like this.
President Donald Trump. Their first
I can
face-to-face
show you
meeting
the
in this
world.
presidential election.
Let's see if
their
they-
first face-to-face meeting ever.
A historic race for
Let's
President
see if they
upended
talk
just
about the
weeks ago.
rules.
President Biden withdrawing after his last debate.
Don't
Donald
forget,
Trump
guys,
now
make
up
sure you
against a
tuck
new
through your
opponent.
nose
The
as
candidates
you
separated by
introduce
the
the
smallest
debate.
of margins,
So is
essentially
Trump going
tied
to do
in the
red
polls
power
nationally
tie
in
and
the
she
key
does navy
battlegrounds,
suit?
including right here in
That's a good
Pennsylvania.
All right. Hold on. We're gonna like switch back and forth between these two.
The most consequential event of their campaigns, with Election Day now less than 2 months away. For Vice President Kamala Harris, this is her first debate since President Biden withdrew from the race on July 21st. Of course, that decision followed his debate against President Donald Trump in June. Since then, this race has taken on an entirely new dynamic.
And that brings us to the rules of tonight's debate. 90 minutes with 2 commercial breaks. No topics or questions have been shared with the campaigns. The candidates will have 2 minutes to answer questions, and this is the clock. That's what they'll be seeing. 2 minutes for rebuttals and 1 minute for follow-ups, clarifications, or
Wow,
responses.
2 minutes to
Their
go.
microphones will only be turned on when it's their turn to speak. No pre-written notes allowed.
Wow,
There is no
so much.
audience here tonight in this hall at the National Constitution Center. This is an intimate setting for 2
So much
candidates.
pressure, so much
that never
energy,
met.
so much
President Trump won
excitement.
the coin toss. He chose to deliver the final closing statement of the evening. Vice President Harris selected the podium to the right.
So let's now welcome the candidates to the stage. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump.
Oh boy. Here we go.
Kamala Harris. Let's have a good debate.
Nice to see you. Have fun.
Thank you.
Welcome to you both. It's wonderful to have you. It's an
Why
honor
did
to
she
have
just
you
say
both here.
Kamala Harris
Good
just now?
evening. We are looking forward to a spirited and thoughtful debate.
So
It has
let's get
started. You're right. It
I want to
started.
begin tonight with the issue that voters repeatedly say is their #1 issue, and that is the economy and the cost of living in this country. Vice President Harris, you and President Trump were elected 4 years ago, and your opponent on the stage here tonight often asks his supporters, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
So I was raised as a middle-class kid, and I am actually the only person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class and working people of America. I believe in the ambition, the aspirations, the dreams of the American people. And that is why I imagine and have actually a plan to build what I call an opportunity economy. Because here's the thing. We know that we have a shortage of homes and housing, and the cost of housing is too expensive for far too many people. We know that young families need support to raise their children, and I intend on extending a tax cut for those families of $6,000, which is the largest child tax credit that we have given in a long time, so that those young families can afford to buy a crib, buy a car seat, buy clothes for their children. My passion, one of them, is small businesses. My mother raised my sister and me, but there was a woman
Donald
who
Trump
helped
looks
raise
like he's
us. We
falling
call her
asleep
our
already.
second mother. She was a small business owner. I love our small businesses. My plan is to give
Jesus
a $50,000 tax deduction
to start up small businesses, knowing they are part of the backbone of America's economy. My opponent, on the other hand, his plan is to do what he has done before, which is to provide a tax cut for billionaires and big corporations, which will result in $5 trillion to America's deficit. My opponent has a plan that I call the Trump's sales tax, which would be a 20% tax on everyday goods that you rely on to get through the month. Economists have said that Trump sales tax would actually result for middle-class families in about $4,000 more a year because of his policies and his ideas about what should be the backs of middle-class people paying for tax cuts for billionaires.
Illegal. President Trump, I'll give you 2 minutes.
First of all, I have no sales tax. That's an incorrect statement. She knows that.
I have no sales
we're doing
tax.
Tariffs on other countries. Other countries are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for all that we've done for the world. And the tariff will be substantial in some cases.
All the other countries are going to pay
billions
us
of dollars,
back.
as you know, from China. In fact, they never took the tariff off because there was so much money they can't. It would totally destroy everything that they've set out to do. They're taking in billions of dollars from China and other places. They've left the tariffs on. When I had it, I had tariffs, and yet I had no inflation.
You had no inflation. That's
Terrible
just not
economy
true.
because inflation which is really known as a country buster. It breaks
is
up countries.
literally not true.
We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before. Probably
Nobody's
the
ever
worst
seen
in our
inflation
nation's
before.
history. We were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, and 80% higher than they were just a few years ago. This has been a disaster for people, for the middle class, but for every class. On top of that, we have millions of people pouring into our country from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums.
Oh my
And
God,
they're
here
coming
we
in
go.
and they're taking jobs that are occupied right now by African Americans and Hispanics.
Wow.
And also unions. Unions are going to be affected very soon. And you see what's happening. You see what's happening with towns throughout the United States. You look at Springfield, Ohio. You look at Aurora in Colorado.
Oh my
They are
God.
taking over the towns.
He's
They're
talking
taking over
about
buildings. They're going in violently. These are the people that
about the
she and
Venezuelan
Biden
gang.
led into our country. And
Oh
they're
my
destroying
God.
our country. They're dangerous. They're at the highest level of criminality. And we have to get them out. We have to get them out fast. I created one of the greatest economies in the history of our country. I'll do it again and even better.
We are going to get to immigration and border security during this debate, but I would like to let Vice President Harris respond on the economy here.
Well, I would love to. Let's talk about what Donald Trump left us. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment since the Great Depression. Donald Trump left us the worst public health epidemic in a century. Donald Trump left us the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. And what we have done is clean up Donald Trump's mess. What we have done and what I intend to do is build on what we know are the aspirations and the hopes of the American people. But I'm going to tell you all in this debate tonight, you're going to hear from the same old tired playbook, a bunch of lies, grievances, and name-calling. What you're going to hear tonight is a detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025.
Ooh,
that
she's
the former
doing,
president intends on implementing if he were elected to.
She's doing an opening statement, even though they're not supposed to do
That
them.
the American people want a president who understands the
Nice.
importance
Well played.
of bringing us
Well
together,
played.
knowing we have so much more in common than what separates us. And I pledge to you to be a president for all Americans.
President Trump will
You
give
can't believe he said the black jobs
one, I
thing
have nothing to
again.
do, as you know, and
He
as
even
she knows
threw
better
in
than anyone, I have
Hispanic
nothing
jobs
to do
too.
with
It's a black and
Project
Hispanic jobs
2025.
now.
That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it. This was a group of people that got together. They came up with
Don't
some
act like
ideas.
you
I guess
read
some good, some
things.
bad. But it makes no difference. I have nothing to do. Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially and create a great economy like I did before. We had the greatest economy. We got hit with a pandemic. And the pandemic was not since 1917, where 100 million people died. Has there been anything like it? We did a phenomenal job with the pandemic. We handed them over a
Ooh, the
country
pandemic.
where
Did a
the
good job with
economy
it.
and where the stock
I thought it was a
market
fake
higher than
pandemic.
it was
It was
before the pandemic came
I'm
in.
confused.
Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We made ventilators for the entire world. We got gowns, we got masks, we did things that nobody thought
That's
possible.
not going to fly well with his
People give me credit
base.
for rebuilding the military. They give me
The
credit
masks,
for a lot
they
of
hate
things,
the masks.
but not enough credit for the great job we did with the pandemic. But the only jobs they got were bounce back jobs. These were jobs bounce back, and it bounced back, and it went to their benefit.
Those are my
But I
jobs.
was the
They
one
took
that
them away
created
from
them.
me.
They know it, and so does everybody else.
Vice President Harris.
You know, those should have been my jobs.
So Donald Trump has no plan for you. And when you look at his economic plan, it's all about tax breaks for the richest people. I am offering what I describe as an opportunity economy, and the best economists in our country, if not the world, have reviewed our relative plans for the future of America. What Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse. Mine would strengthen the economy. What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan would actually explode the deficit. 16 Nobel laureates have described his economic plan as something that would increase inflation and by the middle of next year would invite a recession. You just have to look at where we are and where we stand on the issues. And I'd invite you to know that Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you.
Immediately, if not sooner. Look,
Wait, what did he say? Oh, I shouldn't have done that.
Many of those professors, the top professors, think my plan is a brilliant
Oh,
plan.
the
It's a
top
great plan.
professors.
It's a plan that's going to bring up our worth, our value as a country. It's going to make people want to be able to go and work and create jobs and create a lot of good, solid money for our country. And just to finish off, she doesn't have a plan. She copied Biden's plan, and it's like 4 sentences, like run, spot, run. 4 sentences that are just, oh, we'll try and lower taxes. She doesn't have a plan. Take a look at her plan. She doesn't have a plan.
Mr. President, I do want to drill down on something you both brought up. The Vice President brought up your tariffs. You responded, and let's drill down on this because your plan is what she calls is essentially a national sales tax. Your proposal calls for tariffs, as you pointed out here, on foreign imports across the board. You recently said that you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20% on goods coming into this country. As you know, many economists say that with tariffs at that level, costs are then passed on to the consumer. Vice President Harris has argued it'll mean higher prices on gas, food, clothing, medication, arguing it costs the typical family.
Did you see his face just now?
Do you believe Americans
Oh,
can
that's what
afford
you're
higher
kind of
prices
say.
because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher prices.
No, it's not gonna happen.
Who's going to have higher prices is China and all of the countries that have been ripping us off for years. I was the only president ever. China was paying us hundreds of billions of dollars, and so were other countries. And, you know, if she doesn't like them, they should have gone out and they should have immediately cut the tariffs. But those tariffs are there 3.5 years now under their administration. We are going to take in billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars. I had no inflation, virtually no inflation. They had the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else. The people of our country are
He's stuck on the
absolutely
bacon,
dying
isn't
with
he?
what they've done. They've destroyed the economy. And all you have to do is look at a poll. The polls say 80 and 85 and even 90% that the Trump economy was great, that their economy was terrible.
Vice President Harris, I do want to ask for your response, and you heard what the president said there, because the Biden administration did keep a number of the Trump tariffs in place. So how do you respond?
That the Trump administration resulted in a trade deficit, one of the highest we've ever seen in the history of America. He invited trade wars. You want to talk about his deal with China? What he ended up doing is under Donald Trump's presidency, he ended up selling American chips to China to help them improve and modernize their military, basically sold us out when a policy about China should be in making sure the United States of America wins the competition for the 21st century, which means focusing on the details of what that requires, focusing on relationships with our allies, focusing on investing in American-based technology so that we win the race on AI, on quantum computing, focusing on what we need to do to support America's workforce so that we don't end up having on the short end of the stick in terms of workers' rights. But what Donald Trump did, let's talk about this, with COVID, is he actually thanked President Xi for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. Thank you, President Xi, exclamation point, when we know that Xi was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
President Trump, I'll let you respond.
First of all, they bought their chips from Taiwan. We hardly make chips anymore because of philosophies like they have and policies like they have. I don't say her because she has no policy. Everything that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. She's gone to my philosophy. But if she ever got elected, she'd change it. And it will be the end of our country. She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist professor in economics. And
wow, this is the first time he's brought this up.
When you look at what she's done to our country,
This I think is the first
when you
time.
look at these millions and millions of people that are pouring into our country monthly, where it's, I believe, 21 million people, not the 15 that people say, and I think it's a lot higher than the 21. That's bigger than New York State pouring in. And just look at what they're doing to our country. They're criminals. Many of these people coming in are criminals. And that's bad for our economy, too. You know, you mentioned before, we'll talk about immigration later. Well, bad immigration is the worst thing that can happen to our economy. They have
Bad immigration.
destroyed
What does that even
our
mean,
country
bad
with
immigration?
policy that's insane. Almost policy
The
that
bad
you'd say
kind.
They have to hate our country.
President Trump, thank you. Lindsay?
I want to turn to the issue of abortion. President Trump, you've often touted that you were able to kill Roe v. Wade. Last year, you said that you were proud to be the most pro-life president in American history. Then last month, you said that your administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights. In your home state of Florida, you surprised many with regard to your 6-week abortion ban because you initially had said that it was too short. And you said, quote, I'm going to be voting
Not
that
enough
we need
weeks.
more than 6 weeks. But then the very next day, you reversed course and said you would vote to support the 6-week ban. Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times. Therefore, why should they trust you?
Well, the reason I'm doing that vote is because the plan is, as you know, the vote is, they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, who's doing an excellent job, but the governor before, he said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll execute the baby. And that's why I did that, because that predominates.
Who is that?
Because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really
Oh my
out of
God.
it. But her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born, is okay.
Oh
And
my
that's not
God,
okay with
dude,
me.
no, it's
Hence the
not.
vote. But
That's
what I did is
literally
something
not
for
okay anywhere.
52 years they've been trying to get Roe v. Wade
Oh my God.
into the states. And
What?
through the genius
What does that even mean?
and heart and
Get
strength
Roe v. Wade into
of
the States?
6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe in the exceptions.
Look at Kamala's
Rape,
face
incest,
right
and
now.
life
Like, what
of
are
the
you
mother.
talking
I
about?
believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did
Could you drum
also.
up?
85% of Republicans do. Exceptions. Very important. But we were able to get it, and now states are voting on it. And for the first time, you're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn our country apart for 52 years. Every legal scholar, every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote. And that's what happened. Now, Ohio, the vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought.
Much
But
more liberal.
Each individual state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it.
Jesus
And
Christ.
the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And I give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born.
That's
Madam
true.
Vice President, what is your response to President Trump?
That's
well,
very
as I said,
true.
you're going to hear a bunch of lies, and that's not actually a surprising fact. Let's understand how we got here. Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did exactly as he intended. And now in over 20 states, there are Trump abortion bans, which make it criminal for a doctor or nurse to provide health care. In one state, it provides prison for life. Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which understand what that means. A survivor of a crime of violation to their body does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That is immoral. And one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government, and Donald Trump certainly, should not be telling a woman what to do with her body. I have talked with women around our country. You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in a car in the parking lot. She didn't want that. Her husband didn't want that. A 12 or 13-year-old survivor of incest being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. They don't want that. And I pledge to you, when Congress passes a bill to put back in place the protections of Roe v. Wade, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. But understand,
She is doing this way better than
if
Donald Trump
were
ever
to be
can.
reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban. Understand, in his Project 2025, there would be a national
If there is a
abortion
pro-choice
monitor that would be
vote.
monitoring your pregnancies, your miscarriages. I think the American people believe that certain freedoms, in particular the freedom to make decisions about one's own body, should not be made by the government.
Thank you, Vice President Harris.
If there is a
She goes
pro-choice
again,
vote,
it's a lie. I'm not signing a ban.
That'll
and
win
there's
it
no
right
reason
there,
to
I
sign
think.
a ban, because we've gotten what everybody wanted. Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else, and every legal scholar wanted it to be brought
Pretty
back into
sure
the
there
states. And the
is.
states are voting. And it may take a little time, but for 52 years, this issue has torn our country apart. And they've wanted it back in the states. And I did something that nobody thought was possible. The states are now voting. What she says is an absolute lie. And as far as the abortion ban, no, I'm not in favor of abortion
Wow.
ban, but it doesn't matter because this issue.
What do you
has
mean you're
now
not in
been
favor?
taken
You
over by
were,
the states.
you just got done saying
have
that
to,
he was.
because again, two things. Number one, she said she'll go back to Congress. She'll never get the vote. It's impossible for her to get the vote, especially now with the 50-50,
Wow.
essentially 50-50 in both Senate and the House. She's not going to get the vote. She can't get the vote. She won't even come close to it. So it's just talk. You know what it reminds me of? When they said they're going to get student loans terminated, and it ended up being a total catastrophe. The student loans, and then her, I think probably her boss, if you call him a boss, he spends all his time on the beach. But look, her boss went out and said, we'll do it again. We'll do it a different way. And he went out, got rejected again by the Supreme Court. So all these students got taunted with this whole thing about this whole idea. And how unfair that would have been, part of the reason they lost, to the millions and millions of people that had to pay off their student loans. They didn't get it for free. But they were saying it's the same way that they talked about that they talk about abortion.
But if I could just get a yes or no, because your running mate, J.D. Vance, has said that you would veto it if it did come to your desk.
Well, I didn't discuss it with J.D. In all fairness, J.D. And I don't mind if he has a certain view, but I think he was speaking for me, but I really didn't. Look, we don't have to discuss it because she'd never be able to get it, just like she couldn't get student loans. They couldn't get student loans. They didn't even come close to getting student loans. They taunted young people and a lot of other people that had loans. They can never get this approved.
They got
So it
close to
doesn't
getting
matter what she says about going to
until
Congress.
the
Wonderful.
Supreme
Let's go
Court
to
that
Congress,
he
do it.
appointed
But the fact
knocked
is
them
that for
down.
years they wanted to get it out of Congress and out of the federal government, and we did something that everybody said couldn't be done. And now you have a vote of the people on abortion.
Vice President Harris, want to give you your time
Wow,
to
so
respond,
many
but I do
lies
wanna
all
ask,
at
would
once.
you
It was
support
amazing.
Any restrictions on a
It was
woman's
more
right to
lies than
abortion?
truths.
I absolutely support reinstating the protections of Roe v. Wade. And as you rightly mentioned, nowhere in America is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and asking for an abortion. That is not happening. It's insulting to the women of America. And understand what has been happening under Donald Trump's abortion bans. Couples who pray and dream of having a family are being denied IVF treatments. What is happening in our country? Working people, working women who are working 1 or 2 jobs, who can barely afford childcare as it is, have to travel to another state to get on a plane sitting next to strangers to go and get the health care she needs. Barely can afford to do it, and what you are putting her through is unconscionable. And the people of America have not, the majority of Americans believe in a woman's right to make decisions about her own body. And that is why in every state where this issue has been on the ballot, in red and blue states both, the people of America have voted for freedom.
Vice President Harris,
Excuse me, I
thank
have
you.
to respond. Another lie. It's another lie. I have been a leader on IVF,
You need people-
which
wow.
is fertilization.
You want people to start
The
tracking
IVF,
lies.
I have been a leader. In fact, when they got a very negative decision on IVF from the Alabama courts, I saw the people of Alabama and the legislature 2 days later voted it in. I've been a leader on it. They know that, and everybody else knows it. I have been a leader on fertilization, IVF. And the other thing, you should ask, will she allow abortion in the 8th month, 9th month, 7th month?
Come on.
Okay, would you do that? Why don't you ask her
Why-
that
why
question?
don't you
That's
answer
the
the
problem.
question, would you
because
veto?
under Roe v.
Answer
Wade,
the question, would you veto?
you could do abortions in the 7th month, the 8th month, the 9th
That's
month,
not true.
and probably after birth. Just look at the former governor of Virginia. The governor of Virginia said, we put the baby aside and then we determine what we want to do with the baby.
President Trump, thank you.
We're going to turn now to immigration and border security. We know it's an issue that's important to Republicans, Democrats, voters
Donald
across
Trump is
the
just
board in
literally
this country.
sitting here
Vice
making up,
President Harris, you were tasked by
just
President
making
Biden
shit up
getting to
about
the root
about
causes of
pregnancies and
migration from Central
abortions.
America. We know that
Because
illegal
most people
border
can't
crossings
sit here and
reached
refute
a
it.
record high in the Biden administration. This past June, President Biden imposed tough new asylum restrictions. We know the numbers since then have dropped significantly. But my question to you tonight is, why did the administration wait until 6 months before the election to act? And would you have done anything differently from President Biden on this?
So I'm the only person on this stage who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings. And let me say that the United States Congress, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Senate, came up with a border security bill which I supported. And that bill would have put 1,500 more border agents on the border to help those folks who are working there right now overtime trying to do their job. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States. I know there are so many families watching tonight who have been personally affected by the surge of fentanyl in our country. That bill would have put more resources to allow us to prosecute transnational criminal organizations for trafficking in guns, drugs, and human beings. But you know what happened to that bill? Donald Trump got on the phone, called up some folks in Congress, and said, kill the bill. And you know why? Because he'd prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And understand, trying to do their jobs at a time, it would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States. I know there are so many families watching tonight who have been personally affected by the surge of fentanyl in our country. That bill would have put more resources to allow us to prosecute transnational criminal organizations for trafficking in guns, drugs, and human beings. But you know what happened to that bill? Donald Trump got on the phone, called up some folks in Congress, and said, kill the bill. And you know why? Because he'd prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And understand,
This
That's
comes
hilarious.
at a time where the
There's Trump.
people
There's
of our
I'm sorry.
country
There's Sam
actually
here,
need a leader
and
who
then there's
engages
Sam
in
down here.
solutions,
Sam.
who actually
it's
addresses
like
the problems
It's an
at
S and
hand.
S. It's a Sam
But
and
what
Sam
we have in the former president
experience.
is someone who would prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And I'll tell you something.
line.
He's
It's
going to talk
unfortunately a
about
good
immigration a lot tonight, even when it's not the subject that is being raised.
But
And I'm
one
gonna actually
Sam
do
is
something really
shaved.
unusual, and I'm
Other
gonna
one
invite
has
you
a beard.
to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies because it's a really
Full
interesting
spectrum
thing to
Sam.
watch. You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom. And I will tell you, the one thing you will not hear him talk about is
He's
you.
so mad.
You will not hear him talk about your needs, your dreams, and your desires. And I'll tell you, I believe you deserve a president who actually puts you first. And I pledge to you that I will.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, on that point, I want to get your
feeling so
response.
validated
Let me just ask, though, why
People
did you
say
try
that,
to
you
kill
look
that
like
bill,
you're
and
on coke.
successfully so? That would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the border.
First, let me respond as to the
Please.
rallies. She said
It is
people
bad.
don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there. And
Kamala's
then
personally bussing
showing
them in.
in a different light.
Wow.
So she can't talk about that. People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies.
Oh,
Very biggest.
Because
He walks right into
people
it.
want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation. And it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country
Tangential
by
thinking.
allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States.
They're,
A lot of towns
Haitians.
don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs.
There you
people
go.
That came in.
Wow.
They're eating the cats. They're eating.
Really?
What can
eating
you
the
do with
pets
this information?
of the people that
Whether or
live
not it's
there.
true is
And
not
this is
what
what's
matters.
happening in our country.
Though it
And it's
does play a
shame.
role.
As far as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back.
He's
They
so
want to
mad
make
about
America
this.
great again. It's very simple phrase.
Really the perfect
make
insult
America
for
great
him.
again. She's destroying this country, and if she becomes
people love my
president,
rallies.
this country doesn't have a chance of success. Not only success,
we had to
it'll end
turn
up being
people away at the
Venezuela
rally.
on steroids. Illegal.
I just want to clarify here. You bring up Springfield,
Oh, here we go.
Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well,
I've seen people on television.
Let me just
Well,
say,
Donald,
People on television saying
Grandpa!
used for
Right?
food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good
Yeah.
thing to say for
My
a city
uncle was a
manager.
world-renowned
But the people who are telling
MIT
us that the
veterinarian.
dog was eaten by the people that went there.
The
Again,
people
there's
that
some
went there.
kind of
There's no
scientist.
evidence of that.
do it.
Vice
We'll
President
find
Harris,
out.
I'll let you respond to the rest
We'll
of it.
find out about the dogs.
You talk about extreme. You know,
Yes, indeed.
This is, I think, one of the reasons why in this election, I actually have the endorsement of 200 Republicans who have formerly worked with President Bush, Mitt Romney, and John McCain, including the endorsement of former Vice President
don't.
Dick
No, seriously.
member Liz
Don't.
Cheney.
Why are you doing it?
And if you want to really
No.
know the inside track on
Why?
who the former president is, if he didn't make it clear already, just ask people who have worked with him. His former chief of staff, a 4-star general, has said he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States. His former
getting
national
so
security
mad.
advisor
Look
has
at his-
said he is
look at his
dangerous
mouth.
and unfit. His former Secretary of Defense has said the nation, the Republic, would never survive another Trump term. And when we listen to this kind of rhetoric, when the issues that affect the American people
calling him
are
extreme
not
is
being
good, more than
addressed,
conservative.
I think the choice is clear in this election.
President Trump, I'll give you a quick minute to respond
Yeah.
here.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Because
thank you.
when I hear that,
I got a lot
I'm a
of
different
stuff to
kind of a
say.
person. I fired most of those people. Not so graciously. They did bad things or a bad job. I fired them. They never fired one person. They didn't fire anybody having to do with Afghanistan and the Taliban and the 13 people who's were just killed, viciously and violently killed. And I got to know the parents and the family. They didn't fire. They should have fired all those generals, all those top people, because that was one of the most incompetently handled situations anybody has ever seen. So when somebody does a bad job, I fire him. And you take a guy like Esper. He was no good. I fired him. So he writes a book. Another one writes a book.
If I had been in charge of Afghanistan, I would have left the documents in the bathroom where they belong.
And they never fire anybody. Look at the economy. Look at the inflation. They didn't fire any of their economists. They have the same people. That's a good way not to have books written about you. But just to finish, I got more votes than any Republican in history by far.
I mean,
in fact, I got more votes than any sitting president in history by far.
It's not true.
Let me continue on immigration. It was what you wanted to talk about.
It's just factually inaccurate.
A proposal that the vice president has reacted to as well. President Trump, you call this the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country. You say you would use the National Guard. You say if things get out of control, you'd have no problem using the U.S. military. You also said you would use local police. How would you deport 11 million undocumented immigrants? I know you believe that number is much higher. Take us through this. What does this look like? Will authorities be going door to door in this country?
Yeah, it is much higher because of them. They allowed criminals, many millions of criminals.
All the crimes.
They allowed terrorists. They allowed common street criminals. They allowed people to come in, drug dealers, to come into our country. And they're now in the United States and told by their countries like Venezuela, don't ever come back or we're going to kill you. Do you know that crime in Venezuela
Scream louder,
and crime
sir.
in countries all over the world is way down? You know why? Because they've taken their criminals off the street and they've given them to her to put into our country.
Wow.
And this will be one of the greatest mistakes in history for
That's
them
right,
to
Nicolas
allow.
Maduro sending all of the criminals directly to Kamala Harris and Doug Emhoff's house.
The fabric of our country.
They're
by what
distributed
they've done.
amongst the
There's
states.
never been anything done like this at all. They've destroyed the fabric of our country.
The fabric.
Millions of people.
You got to blame the real
all over the world,
people who are to blame for
crime
the
is
housing
down
shortage.
all over the world except here. Crime here is up and through the roof. Despite their fraudulent statements that they made, crime in this country is through the roof. And we have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. And it's happening at levels that nobody thought.
A lot of people covering that.
I know the FBI says
That was
overall
his new
violent
term.
crime
It was
is actually coming
migrant
down in
back
this
in the
country.
day.
But Vice
Excuse me,
President
the
Harris, I'll
FBI
give you
they were defrauding statements. They didn't include the worst cities.
Oh, crime is down.
Oh, they didn't include the cities.
It was a fraud.
What show is
just
this?
like
Oh
their
my
fraud.
God.
818,000
Everything is
jobs that
fake.
They said they created turned out to be a fraud.
President Trump, thank you. I'll let you respond, Vice President
I
Harris.
saw it on
think this
TV.
is so
Should be a
rich.
drop.
Coming from someone who has been prosecuted for national security crimes, economic crimes, election interference, has been found liable for sexual assault, and his next big court appearance is in November at his own criminal sentencing. And let's be clear where each person stands on the issue of what is important about respect for the rule of law and respect for law enforcement. The former vice president called for defunding federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents, get this, on the day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts. So let's talk about what is important in this race. It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page on this same
She
old
has
tired
managed to
rhetoric
take the mantle
and address
of the
the
change
needs of the
agent
American people, address what we need to do about the housing shortage, which I have a plan for, address what we must do to support our small businesses, address bringing down the price of groceries. But frankly, the American people are exhausted with this same old tired playbook.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
Excuse me. Every one of those cases
Excuse
was
me.
started by
Discipline to
them
say
against their
she's not the
political
change
opponent.
candidate I
And I'm
am.
winning most of them, and I will win the rest on appeal. And you saw that with the decision that came down.
I'm winning
just
all the
recently from
cases, even the
Supreme
ones
Court.
that lost
I'm winning
already.
most of them. But those are cases, it's called weaponization. Never happened in this country. They weaponized the Justice Department. Every one of those cases. was
Aside from the
involved with
34 that I
DA
already
from
lost,
Atlanta and Fani Willis
I'm winning
to-
most
to
of
the,
them.
Attorney General of New York and the DA in New York, every one of those cases, and then
He's got
they
so
say, "Oh,
he can't even
was-
remember them
he's
all.
a criminal. They're the ones that made them go after me. By the way, Joe Biden was found essentially guilty.
There you go,
on the
Bradley.
documents
And where
case.
is he?
And what happened in my
God, I
documents
miss
case?
him.
They said, oh, that's the toughest of them all. A complete and total victory. 2 months ago, it was thrown out. It's weaponization, and they used it, and it's never happened in this country. They used it to try and win an election. They're fake cases.
President Trump, thank you. A really quick response here, Vice President Harris, on this notion of weaponization of the Justice Department.
Well, let's talk about extreme and understand the context in which this election in 2024 is taking place. The United States Supreme Court recently ruled that the former president would essentially be immune from any misconduct if he were to enter the White House again.
Hold on.
This is the one that weaponized, not me. She weaponized.
She's the
probably took a bullet
weaponizer.
to the head because of the things that they say about me. They talk about democracy. I'm a threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy with a fake Russia investigation
We do have a lot to
that
get.
went nowhere.
We have a lot to get to. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president, you said you wanted to ban fracking. Now you don't. You wanted mandatory government buyback programs for assault weapons. Now your campaign says you don't. You supported decriminalizing border crossings. Now you're taking a harder line. I know you say that your values have not changed. So then why have so many of your policy positions changed?
This is a hard one.
My values have not changed, and I'm going to discuss at least every point that you've made. But in particular, let's talk about fracking because we're here in Pennsylvania. I made that very clear in 2020. I will not ban fracking. I have not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States. And in fact, I was the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which opened new leases for fracking. My position is that we have got to
He hates
invest
that.
in diverse sources
That's my
of energy
thing.
so we reduce our reliance on foreign
Oh,
oil.
that's not true. I like oil more than she does.
Largest increase in domestic oil production in history because of an approach that recognizes that we cannot over-rely on foreign oil. As it relates to my values, let me tell you, I grew up a middle-class kid raised by a hardworking mother who worked and saved and was able to buy our first home when I was a teenager. The values I bring to the importance of home ownership, knowing not everybody got handed $400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times, is a value that I bring to my work to say we are going to work with the private sector and home builders to increase 3 million homes, increase by 3 million homes by the end of my first term. My work that is related to having a friend when I was in high school who was sexually assaulted by her stepfather. And my focus then on protecting women and children from violent crime is based on a value that is deeply grounded in the importance of standing up for those who are most vulnerable. My work that is about protecting Social Security and Medicare is based on long-standing work that I have done, protecting seniors from scams. My values have not changed. And what is important is that there is a president who actually brings values and a perspective that is about lifting people up
I mean,
and not beating
they clearly have
down
changed a little bit.
and name calling.
Can't deny it.
The true measure of the leader is
But
the
it's more to the
leader who
right.
actually
It's like away
understands
from left.
The strength is not in beating
leftism.
people down, it's in lifting
And
people up.
all the stuff
intend
that
to be that president.
yeah,
President Trump
has been
First of all, I
criticizing
wasn't given
her of.
$400 million. I wish I was. My
I wish I had
father was a
400. It's
builder,
only
Brooklyn, Queens,
380
and a great
million.
father, and I learned a lot from him, but I was given a fraction
Slightly
of that,
less.
tiny fraction, and I built it into many, many billions of dollars, many, many billions. And when people see it, they are even surprised. So we don't have to talk about that. Fracking, she's been against it for 12 years. Defund the police, she's been against that forever. She gave all that stuff up very wrongly, very horribly, and everybody's laughing at it, okay? They're all laughing at it. She gave up at least 12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went out, wait a minute, I'm talking now, if you don't mind, please.
Hey, I'm
Does that
talking.
sound familiar? She went out
I'm talking right now.
in Minnesota and wanted to let criminals that killed people, that burned down Minneapolis, she went out and raised money to get them out of jail. She did things that nobody would ever think of. Now she wants to do transgender operations on illegal aliens that are in prison. This is a radical left liberal that would do this. She wants to confiscate your guns, and she will never allow fracking in Pennsylvania. If she won the election, fracking in Pennsylvania will end on day one. Just to finish one thing so important, in my opinion. So I got the oil business going like nobody has ever done before. When they took over, they got rid of it, started getting rid of it, and the prices were going up the roof. They immediately let these guys go to where they were. I would have been 5 times, 4 times, 5 times higher, because you're talking about 3.5 years ago.
I mean,
they got
this
it
is a
up
lie.
to where I was because they had no choice, because the prices of energy were quadrupling and doubling. You saw what happened to gasoline. So they said, let's go back to Trump. But if she won the election, the day after that election, they'll go back to destroying our country, and oil will be dead, fossil fuel will be dead, we'll go back to windmills, and we'll go back to solar.
That's been one of my biggest criticisms of Joe Biden,
You ever see a solar plant?
is how much drilling he did at the beginning of his administration.
400, 500 acres of desert soil.
What are you talking about now?
Thank you.
Lindsay, thank you. We have an election in just 56 days. And I want to talk about the peaceful transfer of power, which, of course, we all know is a cornerstone of our democracy, and the role of a president in a moment of crisis. Mr. President, on January 6th, you told your supporters to march to the Capitol. You said you would be right there with them. The country and the world saw what played out at the Capitol that day, the officers coming under attack. Aides in the West Wing say you watched it unfold on television off the Oval Office. You did send out tweets, but it was more than 2 hours before you sent out that video message telling your supporters to go home. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day?
Please.
You just said a thing that
She just said a thing.
Peacefully and patriotically, I said during my speech, not later on. Peacefully and patriotically. And nobody on the other side was killed. Ashley Babbitt was shot by an out-of-control police officer that should have never, ever shot her.
Wow.
It's a disgrace. But we didn't do this group of people that have been treated so badly. I ask, what about all the people that are pouring into our country and killing people that she allowed to pour in? She was the border czar. Remember that. She was the border czar.
Not
she
a real
doesn't want
position.
to be called the border czar because she's embarrassed by the border. In fact, she said at the beginning, "Oh, I'm surprised you're not talking about the border yet." That's because she knows what a bad job they've done. What about those people? When are they going to be prosecuted? When are these people from countries all over the world, not just South America, they're coming in from all over
So
the
no,
world, David.
he doesn't want to
All over the
prosecute
world.
Jan 6
And
people.
crime rates are down all over the world because of it.
But let me just
when
ask
are those, David, when are those people going to be prosecuted?
David, I don't want to talk about Jan 6. I want to talk about Venezuela and the border.
Or in Seattle. They went into Seattle. They took over a big percentage of the city of Seattle. When are those people going to be prosecuted?
But let me just ask
you. You might ask her that question.
You were the president. You were watching it unfold on television. It's a very simple question as we move forward toward another election. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day? Yes or no?
I had nothing to do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. I showed up for a speech. I said, I think it's going to be big. I went to Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington, D.C., and the mayor put it back in writing. As you know. I said, you know, this is going to be a very big rally or whatever you want to call it. It wasn't done by me. It was done by others. I said, I'd like to give you 10,000 National Guard or soldiers. They rejected me. Nancy Pelosi rejected me. It was just 2 weeks ago. Her daughter has a tape of her saying she is fully responsible for what happened. They want to get rid of that tape. It would have never
That is
happened
not
if
what it
Nancy
says.
Pelosi and the mayor of
That is
Washington
not how
did
it
their
goes.
job.
I've seen
I
it.
wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job.
The question was about you as president, not about former Speaker Pelosi, but I do want Vice President Harris to respond here.
I was at the Capitol on January 6th. I was the vice president-elect. I was also an acting senator. I was there. And on that day, the President of the United States incited a violent mob to attack our nation's capital, to desecrate our nation's capital. On that day, 140 law enforcement officers were injured, and some died. And understand, the former president has been indicted and impeached for exactly that reason. But this is not an isolated situation. Let's remember Charlottesville, where there was a mob of people carrying tiki torches spewing anti-Semitic hate. And what did the president then at the time say? There were fine people on each side. Let's remember that when it came to the Proud Boys, a militia, the president said, the former president said, stand back and stand by. So for everyone watching who remembers what January 6th was, I say, we don't have to go back. Let's not go back. We're not going back. It's time to turn the page. And if that was a bridge too far for you, well, there is a place in our campaign for you to stand for country, to stand for our democracy, to stand for rule of law, and to end the chaos, and to end the approach that is about attacking the foundations of our democracy because you don't like the outcome. And be clear on that point. Donald Trump, the candidate, has said in this election there will be a bloodbath if this and the outcome of this election is not to his liking. Let's turn the page on this. Let's not go back. Let's chart a course for the future and not go backwards to the past.
Let me just follow up here.
It was a different term, and it was a term that related to energy because they have
very
destroyed our
different.
energy business. That was where bloodbath was. Also, on Charlottesville, that story has been, as you would say, debunked.
Debunked?
Laura Ingraham, Sean
What are you
Hannity,
talking about?
Jesse, all of these people, they covered it. If they go an extra sentence, they will see it was perfect. It was debunked in almost every newspaper, but they still bring it up, just like they bring 2025 up. They bring all of this stuff up. I ask you this. You talk about the Capitol. Why are we allowing these millions of people to come through on the southern border? How come she's not doing anything? And I'll tell you what I would do, and I would be very proud to do it. I would say we would both leave this debate right now. I'd like to see her go down to Washington, D.C. during this debate because we're wasting a lot of time.
During the debate?
Because she's been so bad. It's so ridiculous.
What?
Go down to Washington, D.C. and let her sign a bill to close up the border because they have the
I'm gonna do it right
to
now.
do it. They don't need bills. They have the right to do it. The President of the United States, you'll get him out of bed. You'll wake him up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. You'll say, come on down to the office. Let's sign a bill. If he signs a bill that the border is closed, all he has to do is say it to the Border Patrol, who are phenomenal. If they do that, the border is closed.
Mr.
Those
President,
people are killing many people, unlike J6.
We talked immigration
Wow.
tonight. I do want to this next issue to both of you because it really brings us this into focus, truth in these times that we're living in. Mr. President, for 3.5 years after you lost the 2020 election, you repeatedly falsely claimed that you won, many times saying you won in a landslide. In the past couple of weeks leading up to this debate, you have said, quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite make it, that you came up a little bit short.
I said that?
Are you now acknowledging that you lost in 2020?
No, I don't acknowledge that at all.
But
I
you
said
did
that
say
sarcastically.
But
You know
those-
that. It was said, oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said sarcastically. Look, there's so much proof. All you have to do is look at it. And they should have sent it back to the legislatures for approval. I got almost 75 million votes, the most votes any sitting president has ever gotten. I was told if I got 63, which was what I got in 2016, you can't be beaten. You
can't be beaten.
The election, people should never be thinking about an election as fraudulent. We need two
Steve
things.
Bannon told me you can't be beaten, Donnie.
And we have to have it. We have to have borders, and we have to have good elections. Our elections are bad. And a lot of these illegal immigrants coming in, they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English. They don't even know what country they're in practically.
Wow.
And these people are trying to get them to vote. And that's why they're allowing
So
them
much
to come into our
xenophobia and
country.
hatred coming from Donald Trump
these
already.
pieces of video.
50
I
minutes
detect
left,
the
okay.
sarcasm, lost by a whisker. We didn't quite make it. And we should just point out here as clarification, and you know this, you and your allies, 60 cases in front of many judges, many of them
No
Republican.
judge looked at it.
And said
They
there was
said
no
we didn't have
widespread fraud.
standing. That's the other thing. They said we didn't have standing, a technicality. Can you imagine a system where a person in an election doesn't have standing? The president of the United States doesn't have standing. That's how we lost. If you look at the facts, and I'd love to have you'll do a special on it. I'll show you Georgia, and I'll show you Wisconsin, and I'll show you Pennsylvania, and I'll show you. We have so many facts and statistics, but you know what? That doesn't matter because we have to solve the problem that we have right now. That's old news, and the problem that we have
It's
right
old
now
news because
is
all
we
those were
have a nation
literally
in decline. And they have
denied all the appeals that were done in those
We have a
states.
nation
Courts
that is dying,
denied them.
Mr. President, thank you. Vice President Harris.
Thank you for
heard
the extra
president there tonight.
lies.
He said he didn't say that he lost by a whisker. So he still believes he did not lose the election that was won by President Biden and yourself. But I do want to ask you about something that's come up in the last couple of days. This was a post from President Trump about this upcoming election just weeks away. He said, when I win, those people who cheated, and then he lists donors, voters, election officials, he says will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, which will include long-term prison sentences. One of your campaign's top lawyers responded saying, we won't let Donald Trump intimidate us. We won't let him suppress the vote. Is that what you believe he's trying to do here?
Illegal.
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people. So let's be clear about that. And clearly he is having a very difficult time processing.
Oh my God, that makes him so sad when he hears those numbers.
We cannot afford to have a president of the United States who attempts, as he did in the past, to upend the will of the voters in a free and fair election. And I'm going to tell you that I have traveled the world as Vice President of the United States, and world leaders are laughing at Donald Trump. I have talked with military leaders, some of whom worked with you, and they say you're a disgrace. And when you then talk in this way in a presidential debate and deny what over and over again are court cases you have lost because you did in fact lose that election, it leads one to believe that perhaps we do not have in the candidate to my right the temperament or the ability to not be confused about fact. That's deeply troubling, and the American people deserve better.
I'll give you 1 minute to respond, Mr. President.
Let me just say about world leaders. Viktor Orban, one of the they call him a strong man. He's a tough person, smart.
That's
Prime Minister of Hungary.
That's
They
not
said,
why they
"Why
call
is
him
the
a
whole
strong
world
man."
blowing up 3 years ago. It
Oh
was,
my
"Why is
God,
it blowing
Donald.
up?" He said because
Oh
you
my
need
God.
Trump back as president.
Strong man,
they
Victor.
were afraid of him. China was afraid, and I don't like to use the word afraid, but I'm just quoting him. China was afraid of him. North Korea was afraid of him. Look at what's going on with North Korea. He said Russia was afraid of him. I ended the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, and Biden put it back on day one, but he ended the XL pipeline. The XL pipeline in our country, he ended that. But he let the Russians build a pipeline going all over Europe and heading into Germany.
He let the Russians build a pipeline in Europe?
Viktor Orban said it. He said the most respected, most feared person is Donald Trump. We had no problems when Trump was president. But when this weak,
What is happening?
pathetic man that you saw at a debate just
Am I having
few
a
months
stroke,
ago,
chat?
that if he weren't in that debate, he'd be running instead of her. She got no votes. He got 14 million votes. What you did, you talk about a threat to democracy. He got 14 million votes, and they threw him out of office.
Oh, we're going to talk about the coup now?
He hates her.
Coup time.
He can't stand her. But he got 14 million votes. They threw him out.
It was a
She got
coup.
0 votes. And when she ran, she was the first one to leave because she failed. And now she's running. I don't understand it, but
Mr.
I'm okay
President,
with it
Mr.
because
President, your time is
I
up.
think we're
Thank
going to
you.
do very well.
We've got a lot
Wow.
to get to.
Turning now
Yes.
to the Israel-Hamas war and the hostages who are still being held, Americans among them. Vice President Harris, in December, you said, quote, Israel has a right to defend itself, but you added, quote, it matters how, saying international humanitarian law must be respected. Israel must do more to protect innocent civilians. You said that 9 months ago. Now an estimated 40,000 Palestinians are dead. Nearly 100 hostages remain. Just last week, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said there's not a deal in the making. President Biden has not been able to break through the stalemate. How would you do it?
Well, let's understand how we got here. On October 7, Hamas, a terrorist organization, slaughtered 1,200 Israelis. Many of them young people
Oh my
who
God,
were
here we
simply
go.
attending a concert. Women were horribly raped. And so absolutely, I said then, I say now, Israel has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters. Because it is also true, far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. Children, mothers. What we know is that this war must end. It must end immediately, and the way it will end is we need a ceasefire deal and we need the hostages out. And so we will continue to work around the clock on that. Work around the clock, also understanding that we must chart a course for a two-state solution. And in that solution, there must be security for the Israeli people and Israel, and in equal measure for the Palestinians. But the one thing I will assure you always, I
Do you
will
want to make
always
Israel
give
more
Israel
secure?
the ability to defend itself, in particular as it relates to Iran and
The
any
genocide.
threat that Iran and its proxies pose to Israel. But we must have a two-state solution where we can rebuild Gaza, where the Palestinians have security, self-determination, and the dignity they so rightly deserve.
President Trump, how would you negotiate with Netanyahu and also Hamas in order to get the hostages out and prevent the killing of more innocent civilians in Gaza?
If I were president, it would have never started. If I were president, Russia would have never, ever. I know Putin very well.
If I had been president this whole time,
by the way, for 4 years,
everything would be
gone
perfect.
into Ukraine and killed millions of people when you add it up. Far worse than people understand what's going on over there. But when she mentions about Israel, all of a sudden, she hates Israel. She wouldn't even meet with Netanyahu when he went to Congress to make a very important speech. She refused to be there because she was at a sorority party of hers. She wanted to go to the sorority party.
One of the only good things she's done in
hates
this
Israel.
issue so far.
If she's president, I believe that Israel will not exist within 2 years from now. And I've been pretty good at predictions, and I hope I'm wrong about that one. She hates Israel. At the same time, in her own way, she hates the Arab population because the whole place is going to get blown up. Arabs, Jewish people, Israel will be gone. It would have never happened. Iran was broke under Donald Trump. Now Iran has $300 billion because they took off all the sanctions that I had. Iran had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah or any of the 28 different spheres of terror, and they are spheres of terror, horrible terror.
Spheres
They
of
had no money.
terror.
It was a big story, and you know it. You covered it very well, actually. They had no money for terror. They were
No
broke.
money for
Now
terror.
they're a rich nation, and
Where's
now
this-
what they're doing is they're spreading that money around. Look at what's happening.
Where's this
with the
accent coming
Houthis
from
and
suddenly?
Yemen. Look at what's going on in the Middle East. This would have never happened. I will get that settled and fast, and I'll get the war with Ukraine and Russia ended. If I'm president-elect, I'll get it done before even becoming president.
Vice President Harris, he says you hate Israel.
Absolutely not true. I have my entire career and life supported Israel and the Israeli people.
Oh,
He knows
my
that.
God.
He's trying to, again, divide and distract from the reality, which is it is very well known that Donald Trump is weak and wrong on national security and foreign policy. It is well known that he admires dictators, wants to be a dictator on day one, according to himself. It is well known that he said of Putin that he can do whatever the hell he wants and go into Ukraine. It is well known
The
that he said
Biden-Harris
when
administration
Russia
had
went
plenty
into
of
Ukraine, it was
opportunities to
brilliant.
undo
It
things
is
like
well known
making
he
Jerusalem the
exchanged
capital, but
love
they
letters
didn't
with
do
Kim
any of those
Jong-un,
things.
And it is absolutely well known that these dictators and autocrats are rooting for you to be president again because they're so clear they can manipulate you with flattery and favors. And that is why so many military leaders who you have worked with have told me you are a disgrace. That is why we understand that we have to have a president who is not consistently weak and wrong on
Vice
national
President
security,
Harris. Ooh, weak.
including the importance of upholding and respecting in highest regard our military.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
And she's the one that caused it. That's weak on national security by allowing every nation last month for the year, 168 different countries sending people into our country. Their crime rates are way down. Putin endorsed her last week, said, I hope she wins. And I think he meant it. Because
Wait,
what he's
wait,
gotten
we
away with
saw
is
him say that he
absolutely
didn't
incredible.
think he
It wouldn't
meant
have
it.
happened with me. The leaders
What?
of other
He's going
countries
back
think
on that
they're
already?
weak and
Wow.
incompetent, and they are. They're
Yesterday,
grossly
we talked about
incompetent.
this.
And I just ask one question. Why does Biden go in and kill the Keystone Pipeline and approved the single biggest deal that Russia's ever made, Nord Stream 2, the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world going to Germany and all over Europe, because they're weak and they're ineffective. And Biden, by the way,
President
gets paid
Trump,
a lot of money.
Thank you. We have a lot of issues to get to.
We'll be right back with much more of this historic ABC News presidential debate from the National Constitution Center right here in
Literally.
Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
Yesterday we got done talking about that. This is fucking hilarious. Like,
the ABC News
do you remember this?
presidential debate will continue.
Anybody else remember that?
After this.
Trump came on and said, like at a rally, that he actually knew that Vladimir Putin was being cagey, essentially. And, well, now suddenly, no. Okay. Why isn't it playing? What the fuck? God damn it. Hold on.
And talking about quantum computing.
Yeah, it's silly, but
Okay.
but she's trying to allude to the CHIPS Act, which was like a decent, like, I don't know, onshore investing in that kind of technology,
Okay,
but still within the like context of competing with China, which
Give
I
a bunch
don't
of money
love.
to
But
Intel so they can lay people off.
I
But,
mean,
yeah.
I've been the leader in fertilization. Trump said about IVF. Trump.
It's true. Actually, I've fertilized a lot of people.
The country buster that is
Yeah.
inflation.
And the only thing she was specific on as it related to her flip-flopping was the fracking thing. So the other stuff, she's like not really, in terms of like healthcare, she's avoidant on that front. It's just like a mercenary like decision to be like, I'm pro fracking, because Pennsylvania's maybe the closest swing state of the three. It's
Right.
definitely the closest of the three Rust Belt
Oh
states.
yeah, and it's the most. It has the most
electoral votes, yeah.
votes. I mean, I think. Look, just analyzing this from the perspective of the undecided voter, whom they are definitely catering to, at least the Harris campaign is. She wants to be the change candidate. And I think she has definitely achieved that. She wants to remind the American public that Donald Trump brings chaos.
And obsessed with his own drama.
And is
I
obsessed
have
with
not
his own
eaten, like,
drama.
anything all
And
day.
I think like she has forced him
Like
to
trying
get
to stuff
there.
food into my face right now.
She was very strong on abortion. She put him into a tough position with his own supporters in terms of like him saying,
No, there's still
you know,
more to go,
no
right?
abortion ban. He
I haven't
wouldn't say
talked to
no.
JD about that. Actually, I don't know what he was talking about, and we don't have to discuss it.
I mean, in terms of like sowing him as the chaos thing, it's like you don't want to go back to that. Very effective. I would say the only thing is playing to this idea that he is so strong that he would scare all the other countries from doing anything, I think is somewhat effective. But that's going to happen. Like, I mean, I think that's baked into the cake.
Right.
There's those guys who are open to that don't believe a woman is ever going to be there. And I have to say that, like, relatively speaking,
How was it? It's not
waking
done
up
yet.
at 2 a.m,
I don't think.
or 3 a.m, thinking about this, it wasn't hard for me to imagine that Harris was going to go completely bat crap crazy in trying to prove that she's, Margaret Thatcher.
Exactly.
And to a large extent, she has, I think, like, been very effective in not having to sort of, I mean, I think we see that a little bit in the China rhetoric, and I think we see that, but
Immigration too. I mean, there's no plan except to point out his hypocrisy, but her thinking is, I don't need any other thing because all that does is trigger him. I mean, what does she need to present?
the line where she said he wants to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem, like, again, this type of pablum I can't stand.
Yeah.
But this debate is not for me. I mean, it's not for you, and for many respects, it's not for anybody watching who are, do this on a regular basis and follow politics. It is that whole like problem solver mentality. Why can't they get along? Why can't we do stuff? She wants to get stuff done.
Yes, is a good point.
It's baby brained politics, but that's what.
But I think about like the undecided voter in my head. We
yeah.
all have family members, or like
gaga.
the stuff that's strong on the military, where she looks like she has a plan on certain topics. Like, I mean, the abortion stuff is gonna be really good for her to drive female turnout, I think. But stuff on the economy
Sam
is
still got
amazing.
this sign going on. Whoa, what's happening? Oh, that's them. Okay.
I mean, I wish the media gave a shit about the genocide we're committing.
That kind of, I was like not prepared for that.
ABC News presidential debate tonight. We're going to continue here, and I want to turn to the war in Ukraine. We're now 2.5 years.
Wouldn't have happened if I had
Mr.
been
President,
president.
It has been the position of the Biden administration that we must defend Ukraine from Russia, from Vladimir Putin, to defend their sovereignty, their democracy, that it's in America's best
People
interest
are
to do so,
posting
arguing that if Putin
photos of
wins,
their
he
husbands
may be emboldened to
pretending to
move
eat
even
their
further into other
pets,
countries.
saying, "My
You have
immigrant
said you would
husband."
solve this war in 24 hours. You said so just before the break tonight. How exactly
can't
would
believe you
you do
repeated
that?
that.
And I want to
This
ask you a
is
very
disgusting.
simple question tonight. Do you want Ukraine to win this war?
I want
He said
the
a bunch
war
of
to stop.
horrifyingly
I want to
xenophobic
save
stuff so
lives
far.
that are being uselessly being killed by the millions. It's the millions. It's so much worse than the numbers that you're getting, which are fake numbers. Look,
Everything you have is
So
fake.
much worse
we're
than
in
the
for
fake
250
numbers.
billion or more, because they don't ask Europe, which is a much bigger beneficiary to getting this thing done than we are. They're in for $150 billion less because Biden and you don't have the courage to ask Europe,
Which
like
thing?
I did with NATO.
He's talking about
They paid
Ukraine?
billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars when I said, either you pay up or
Israel?
we're not going to protect you anymore. So that's maybe one of the reasons they don't
Who
like
is he
me as
talking
much
about?
as they like weak people. But you take a look at what's happening. We're in for 250 to 275 billion. They're into 100 to 150. They should be forced to equalize. With that being said, I want to get the war settled. I know Zelensky
I was just talking about
very
NATO
well, and
in
I know Putin
general.
very well. I have a good relationship, and they respect your president. Okay, they respect me. They don't respect Biden. How would
so
you respect him? Why?
calling
For
himself
what
your
reason?
president
He hasn't
when
even
he's
made
not.
a phone call in 2 years to Putin. Hasn't spoken to anybody. They don't even try and get it. That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president.
Last
if I win,
answer, he said
when I'm
Putin wants her to be
president-elect,
elected.
and what I'll do is I'll speak to one, I'll speak to the other, I'll get them together. That war would have never happened. And in fact, when I saw Putin after I left, unfortunately left because our country has gone to hell. But after I left, when I saw him building up soldiers, he did it after I left. I said, oh, he must be negotiating. It must be a good, strong point of negotiation. Well, it wasn't, because Biden had no idea how to talk to him. He had no idea how to stop it. And now you have millions of people dead, and it's only getting worse, and it could lead to World War III. Don't kid yourself, David. We're playing with World War III, and we have a president that we
He
don't
will
even
only
know if
address,
he's, where is our president?
Europe.
We don't even know if he's a president.
And just to clarify here,
Where is he?
Where is the guy I'm supposed to be running against?
But we have a president,
Mr. President,
that doesn't know he's alive.
I miss him
Your time is
so
up.
much.
He doesn't know he's alive.
just to clarify
This
the
is
question.
still keeps
Do you believe it's
distancing
in the
herself.
U.S. best interest
her from
for
him.
Ukraine to win this war? Yes or no?
I think it's the U.S. best interest to get this war finished and just get it done.
All right.
Negotiate a deal, because we have to stop all of these human lives from
Finish
being
it
destroyed.
I
and
want
get
to
it
take this to
done?
Vice President
What does that
Harris. I want to
mean?
get your thoughts on support for Ukraine in this moment, but also as Commander-in-Chief,
I am
if
interested what
elected,
her Ukraine
how would you
policy
deal
would
with
be.
Vladimir Putin, and would it be any different from what we're seeing from President Biden?
Well, first of all, it's important to remind the former president you're not running against Joe Biden, you're running against me. I believe the reason that Donald Trump says that this war would be over within 24
Good
hours is because he would just give it up.
For her.
And that's not who we are as Americans. Let's understand what happened here. I actually met with Zelensky a few days before Russia invaded, tried through force to change territorial boundaries, to defy one of the most important international rules and norms, which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And I met with President Zelensky. I shared with him American intelligence about how he could defend himself. Days later, I went to NATO's eastern flank, to Poland and Romania. And through the work that I and others did, we brought 50 countries together to support Ukraine in its righteous defense. And because of our support, because of the air defense, the ammunition, the artillery, the javelins, the Abrams tanks that we have provided, Ukraine stands as an independent and free country. If Donald Trump were president, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv right now. And understand what that would mean, because Putin's agenda is not just about Ukraine. Understand why the European allies and our NATO allies are so thankful that you are no longer president, and that we understand the importance of the greatest military alliance the world has ever known, which is NATO, and what we have done
Biden's
to
crying so
preserve
hard right now.
the ability of Zelensky and the Ukrainians to
portion.
fight for their independence.
You
Otherwise,
go get it, girl.
Putin would be sitting in Kyiv with his eyes on the rest of Europe, starting with Poland. And why don't you tell the 800,000 Polish Americans right here in Pennsylvania how quickly you would give up for the sake of
there you go.
favor and what
That's
you
pretty
think is
specific.
a friendship
Yep.
with what is known to be a dictator who would eat you for lunch.
Vice President Harris, thank you. We've heard from both of you on Ukraine tonight. Afghanistan came up in the last hour. I wanted her to respond to something you said earlier, and I'll give you a minute here.
Putin would be sitting
Oh
in
my
Moscow,
God.
and he wouldn't have lost 300,000 men and women, but he would have been sitting in Moscow. Quiet, please.
300,000?
He would have been sitting in Moscow, much happier than he is right now. But eventually, you know,
Can you
he's
say
got a
quiet, please,
thing
to
that
her?
other people don't have. He's got nuclear weapons. They don't ever talk about that. He's got nuclear weapons. Nobody ever thinks about that. And eventually,
I'm the first person
maybe
to
he'll
think
use
about
them, and
that.
maybe
What's
he'll
with
never
them,
been
like-
that threatening. But he does have that. Something we don't even like to talk about. Nobody likes to talk about
Nobody's
it.
ever even heard of
Just so you
them.
understand, they sent her to negotiate peace before this war started. 3 days later, he went in and he started the war because everything they said was weak and stupid. They said the wrong things. That
It's
war should
ridiculous.
have never started. She was the emissary. They sent her in to negotiate with Zelensky and Putin, and she did. And the war started 3 days later. And that's the kind of talent we have with her. She's worse than Biden. In my opinion, I think he's the worst president in the history of our country. She goes down as the worst vice president in the history of our
Whoa.
country. But let me tell
Wow.
you something.
Who's number two?
She is a
That means a lot
horrible
coming from you.
negotiator. They sent her in to negotiate. As soon as they left, Putin did the invasion.
President Trump, thank you. You did bring up something. You said she went to negotiate with Vladimir Putin. Vice President Harris, have you ever met Vladimir
screaming
Putin? Can you
now.
clarify tonight?
Yet again, I said it at the beginning of this debate, you're going to hear a bunch of lies coming from this fellow. And that is another one. When I went to meet with President Zelensky, I've now met with him over 5 times. The reality is it has been about standing as America always should, as a leader upholding international rules and norms.
Uh-oh. Oh, boy. Uh-oh. Something just happened. Please hold. Everything has just stopped.
As a leader who shows
Oh, there you go.
strength, understanding that the alliances we have around chief and the American people have a right to rely on a president who understands the significance of America's role and responsibility in terms of ensuring that there is stability and ensuring we stand up for our principles and not sell them for the benefit of personal flattery.
You talked about Ukraine and Vladimir Putin. I do want to talk about Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of this debate. I want to move on to Afghanistan.
Said Trump did the most amazing thing I've ever seen.
He was cooking for a
got
second.
these countries, the 28
was
countries
marinated.
at the time.
Is he still
to
talking
pay
about
up.
Orban?
He said, I've never seen. He's the head of NATO. He said, I've never seen. For years, we were paying.
Viktor
more
Orban,
money
head of
than
NATO.
We were being ripped off by European nations, both on trade and on NATO. I got them to pay up by saying one of the statements you made before, if you don't pay, we're not going to protect you.
President
Otherwise,
Trump.
we would have never gotten it. He said it was one of the most incredible jobs that he's ever seen done.
I
Thank
don't
you.
want to
I turn
brag.
to Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of the debate, and we witnessed a poignant moment today on Capitol Hill, honoring the soldiers who died in the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. I do want to ask the Vice President, do you believe you bear any responsibility in the way that withdrawal played out?
Well, I will tell you, I agreed with President Biden's decision to pull out of Afghanistan.
Good.
4 presidents said they would, and Joe Biden did. And as a result,
The actual
America's
courage.
taxpayers are not paying the $300 million a day we were paying for that endless war. And as of today, there is not one member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world, the first time this century. But let's understand how we got to where we are. Donald Trump, when he was president, negotiated one of the weakest deals you can imagine. He calls himself a deal maker. Even his national security advisor said it was a weak, terrible deal. And here's how it went down. He bypassed the Afghan government. He negotiated directly with a terrorist organization called the Taliban. The negotiation involved the Taliban getting 5,000 Taliban terrorists released. And get this, and the president at the time invited the Taliban to Camp David, a place of storied significance for us as Americans, a place where we honor the importance of American diplomacy.
The Taliban really liked Camp David.
Respected world leaders.
I had forgotten about that.
And
actually, that was
this former president, as president, invited them to Camp David because he does not appreciate the role and responsibility
This is good.
of the President of the United States to be commander-in-chief with a level of respect. And this gets back to the point of how he has consistently disparaged and demeaned members of our military, fallen soldiers, and the work that we must do to uphold the strength and the respect of the United States of America around the world.
Vice President Harris,
not just
thank
the
you.
Arlington,
President
too,
Trump,
but
your
also
response
the
to her saying that you
presidential
began the
medal.
negotiations
thank
with the
you.
Taliban.
So, if you take a look at that period of time, the Taliban was killing our soldiers, a lot of them, with snipers. And I got involved with the Taliban because the Taliban was doing the killing. That's the fighting force within Afghanistan. They don't bother doing that because, they deal with the wrong people all the time. But I got involved. And Abdul is the head of the Taliban. He is still the head of the Taliban.
Abdullah.
And I told Abdul, don't do it anymore. You do it anymore,
Abdul,
you're gonna have
yeah,
problems.
you're gonna don't do
And
it
he said,
anymore.
why do you
Can't
send
do
me
it,
a picture
Vladimir.
of my
You do
house? I
it,
said,
it's
you're gonna have
gonna be
to
a
figure that
bad
out,
day.
Abdul. And for 18 months, we
Immediately,
had
if
nobody
not
killed.
sooner.
We did have an agreement negotiated by Mike Pompeo. It was a very good agreement.
Not me.
The reason
He
I
did it.
anti-war,
But anyway.
it
Mike
was-
Pompeo did
we
my
were getting out.
negotiations.
We would have been out faster than them, but we wouldn't have lost the soldiers. We wouldn't have left many Americans behind, and we wouldn't have left $85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful military equipment behind.
But she cares
And
more
just to
about than the
finish,
Americans.
They blew it. The agreement said you have to do this, and they didn't do it. They didn't do it. The agreement was terminated by us because they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
I want to move
and
on.
these people.
I want to move on.
In my opinion, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country.
That's amazing.
And by the way, that's why Russia attacked Ukraine, because they saw how incompetent
We all want to
she
move on.
We're
all,
thank you.
we're all done with
I want to move
this.
on now to race and politics in this country. Mr. President, you recently said of Vice President Harris, quote, I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago
Let's go.
when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black. I want to ask a bigger picture question here tonight.
What's wrong with
Why do you
you?
believe it's appropriate to weigh in on the racial identity of your opponent?
I don't, and I don't care. I don't care what she is. I don't care.
Huh?
That's why I mentioned it
You make a
unprompted.
big deal
Yeah,
out of
exactly.
something. I couldn't care less. Whatever she wants to be is okay with me.
But those were your words, so I'm
I
asking.
don't know. I don't know.
I talk about all the things I don't care about.
Not black.
It's a racist
That she
grandpa
put
getting
out.
caught.
Whenever I get an
Say
opportunity.
that, and then I read that she was black, and that's okay. Either way,
That's
up to
okay.
her. That's up to her.
Wow.
Your thoughts on this?
Same old playbook.
I think it's, I mean, honestly, I think it's a tragedy that we have someone who wants to be president who has consistently, over the course of his career, attempted to use race to divide the American people. You know, I do believe that the vast majority of us know that we have so much more in common than what separates us, and we don't want this kind of approach that is just constantly trying to divide us, and especially by race. And let's remember how Donald Trump started. He was a land. He owned land. He owned buildings, and he was investigated because he refused to rent property to black families. Let's remember, this is the same individual who took out a full-page ad in the New York Times calling for the execution of 5 young Black and Latino boys who were innocent, the Central Park 5. Took out a full-page ad calling for their execution. This is the same individual who spread birther lies about the first black president of the United States. And I think the American people want better than that, want better than this. Want someone who understands.
He agrees.
As I do, I travel
He nodded
our
yes. He's like, yeah, you're right.
We
They do.
see
They
in
want
each
better than
other
this.
a friend.
You're right, Kamala.
We see in each other a neighbor. We don't want a leader who is constantly trying to have Americans point their fingers at each other. I meet with people all the time who tell me, can we please just have discourse about how we're going to invest in the aspirations and the ambitions and the dreams of the American people? Knowing that regardless of people's color or the language their grandmother speaks, we all have the same dreams and aspirations and want a president who invests in those, not in hate and division.
Vice President Harris, thank you. Lindsay?
President Trump, this is now your 3rd time.
Hate and division are 2 of my favorite things. Let me talk about them.
I'd like to scream a little
In the
bit.
history of our country, there's never been anything like it. They're
Whatever's
destroying our
rubber, I'm rubber,
country.
you're glue.
And they come up with things like what she just said. Going back many, many years, a lot of people, including Mayor Bloomberg, agreed with me on the Central Park 5. They admitted,
been name
they
dropping
said they pled
at
guilty.
like a 12-1
And I
rate.
said, well,
with
if they
her?
pled guilty, they badly hurt a person, killed a person ultimately.
What?
And if they pled guilty, then they pled, we're not guilty. But this is a person that has to stretch back years, 40, 50 years ago, because there's nothing now. I built one of the greatest economies in the history of the world.
And so
I'm
what
gonna
if I
build
didn't
it
rent the
again.
blacks?
It's going to be bigger, better, and stronger. But they're destroying our economy. They have no idea what a good economy is. Their oil policies, every single
question
policy.
is,
and remember this.
Does he ask for a
She is
second
Biden.
debate now?
There, she's trying to get away
Oh,
from Biden. I
you
don't know
mad.
the gentleman. She says, she is Biden. The worst inflation we've ever had.
Come Biden, Joe Harris.
Biden, where is he?
And she can't get away with that.
Thank you. Your time is up,
I
Lindsay.
want to respond to that, though. I want to just respond briefly. Clearly, I am not Joe Biden, and I am certainly not Donald Trump. And what I do offer is a new generation of leadership for our country.
There we go.
One who believes in what is possible, one who brings a sense of optimism.
There's no red America.
About what
There's
we can
no
do
blue
instead
America.
of always disparaging the American people. I believe in what we can do to strengthen our small businesses, which is why I have a plan. Let's talk about our plans and let's compare the plans. I have a plan to give startup businesses $50,000 tax deduction, to pursue their ambitions, their innovation, their ideas, their hard work. I have a plan, $6,000 for young families for the first
Oh my
year
God,
of
she's
your
sticking to the
child's life,
6,000.
to help you in that most critical stage of your child's development. I have a plan.
Sort of
that is
Warren-esque,
about
isn't it?
allowing people to be able to pursue
If anybody
what I
recalls
was
correctly-
leading in terms of the American dream by offering a
Oh my God, she's
really
sticking with the
wide
6,000.
You need to show
$25,000 down payment
competency.
assistance for first-time home buyers. That's the kind of conversation, I believe, David, that people really want tonight, as opposed to a conversation that is constantly about belittling and name-calling. Let's turn the page
Vice President
and move
Harris,
forward.
thank you. Let's turn to policy.
President
Let's turn
Trump,
back
we
to
have
policy.
to move on. President Trump.
Let's turn to policy,
She
please.
has a plan to defund the
Oh
police.
my God, he's just
She
gonna
has a
shout
plan
over
to
it.
confiscate everybody's guns.
Great cook, she has a plan.
Start shouting. Oh my God.
Pennsylvania or anywhere else.
Okay.
That's what her plan is.
Fuck your microphone. He's gonna start shouting.
No, the
President
former
Trump-
president has said
No, I'm
something
sorry.
twice that I need to
No,
respond to.
I'm sorry. We're
I
gonna
just need to
move on,
respond
Vice
to
Say, I
President
can
Harris.
make a
what he
plan.
said
President Trump, this is
multiple
now your 3rd time running for president. You have long vowed to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act,
She can let it
also
go.
known as Obamacare. You have failed to accomplish that. You now say you're going to keep Obamacare, quote, unless we can do something much better. Last month, you said, quote, we're working on it. So tonight, 9 years after you first started running, do you have a plan, and can you tell us what it is?
Obamacare was lousy health care. Always was.
It still exists, technically.
And what I said,
although it's been
that if
gutted
we come up
in
with
a number
something, and we are working on
instances.
things.
We're 3 weeks away, and it's not Project
I
2025.
inherited Obamacare because Democrats wouldn't change it. They wouldn't vote for it. They were unanimous. They wouldn't vote to change it. If they would have done that, we would have had a much better plan than Obamacare. But the Democrats came up. They wouldn't vote for it. I had a choice to make when I was president. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, never going to be great, or do I let it rot? And I felt I had an obligation, even though politically it would have been good to just let it rot and let it go away. I decided, and I told my people, the top people, and they're very good people. I have a lot of good people.
So many people.
How about some names? We read about the bad ones. We had some real bad ones, too.
We got an entire gymnasium full of people.
Get rid of them. But let me just
tangential
explain.
thinking.
I had a choice to make. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, or do I let it rot? And I saved it. I did the right thing. But it's still never going to be great, and it's too expensive for people. And what we will do is we're looking at different plans. If we can come up with a plan that's going to cost our people, our population, less money and be better health care than Obamacare, then I would absolutely do it. But until then, I'd run it as good as it can be run.
So just
So
yes or
no.
no, you still do not have a plan.
I have
No.
concepts of a plan.
said
we come up with something. I would only change it if we come up
I
with
have
something.
concept. I have the ethereal. I have a sort of amorphous feeling, vibes. It's a vibes-based plan.
Oh, yes.
Harris, in 2017, you supported Bernie Sanders' proposal to do away with private insurance and create a government-run healthcare system. 2 years later, you proposed a plan that included a private insurance option. What is your plan today?
I didn't mean any of that. Well, first of all, I absolutely support, and over the last 4 years as vice president, private healthcare options. But what we need to do is maintain and grow the Affordable Care Act. But I'll get to that, Lindsay. I just need to respond to a previous point that the former president has made. I've made very clear my position on fracking. And then this business about taking everyone's guns away. Tim Walz and I are both gun owners. We're not taking anybody's guns away. So stop with the continuous lying about this stuff.
Roll up on
As it relates to the Affordable Care Act, understand, just
Emhoff
look at
with
the
a
history
Glock?
to know where people stand. When Donald Trump was president,
passenger seat.
60 times he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. 60 times. I was a senator at the time when I will never forget the early morning hours when it was up for a vote in the United States Senate. And the late, great John McCain, who you have disparaged as being
Well,
she's going
you
for
don't like
Haley
him, you
voters.
said at
Look
the
at the-
time
look at his
because
face. I wish
he
they were
got
doing a
caught.
close-up.
He was an
It's like,
American hero. The late great John McCain. I
He
will
wants to
never
get some
forget that
McCain.
night. Walked
I
out
like
to
war
Senate
heroes who
Hall.
don't die.
No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't get rid of the Affordable Care Act. You have no plan. And what the Affordable Care Act has done is eliminate the ability of insurance companies to deny people with pre-existing conditions. I don't have to tell the people watching tonight, you remember what that was like? Remember when an insurance company could deny if a child had asthma?
See, this is
if
the
someone was a
patient
breast
protection
cancer
part,
survivor,
not the Affordable
if a
Care
grandparent
part.
had diabetes?
So,
And thankfully,
look up the bill's
as
name.
I've been vice president and we, over the last 4 years, have strengthened the Affordable Care Act, we have allowed for the first time Medicare to negotiate drug prices on behalf of you, the American people. Donald Trump said he was going to allow Medicare to negotiate drug prices. He never did. We did. And now we have capped the cost of insulin at $35
Is that a
month.
Meghan
Since I've been
McCain
vice
emote
president,
in
we have
Twitch
capped
chat?
the cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000 a year. And when I am president, we will do that for all people, understanding that the value I bring to this is that access to health care should be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. And the plan has to be to strengthen the Affordable Care Act, not get
If
rid
it's
of
genuinely a
it.
right,
That's just pro-law
money
in terms
would
of where
not.
Donald Trump stands on that.
Yeah, it's a good point.
Issue that's important for a lot
Made a
of
mistake.
What does she mean by
And
strengthening?
Number one, John McCain fought Obamacare for 10 years. But it wasn't only him. It were all of the Democrats that kept it going. And you know what? we can do much better than Obamacare, much less money.
have some
But she
concepts.
won't improve private insurance for people,
Obama's
private
president
medical insurance.
That's
Two
what Obama
presidents
That's
does.
ago.
another thing she doesn't want to get.
President
People
Trump-
are paying privately for insurance that have worked hard and made money, and they want to have private. She wants everybody to be on government insurance where you wait.
Everybody
6
likes
months
paying for
an
their
operation
insurance. I
that
don't know what
you
you're
need to be-
talking
President
about.
Trump, thank you. We have another issue that we'd like to get to that's
Thank you,
important for a
Grandpa.
number of Americans, in particular younger voters, and that's climate change. President Trump, with regard
really
to the
can't believe
environment,
they
you say that
well,
we
I
have
can't.
to have
All the
clean air,
CEOs I
clean
talk
water.
to
Vice
and
President
the
Harris, you
CFOs,
call climate change an
they're always
existential
saying,
threat. The question to you
oh
both
shit,
tonight
environment.
is, what would you do to fight climate change? And Vice President Harris, we'll start with you. 1 minute for you each.
Well, the former president had said that climate change is a hoax. And what we know is that it is very real. You ask anyone who lives in a state who has experienced these extreme weather occurrences, who now is either being denied home insurance or it's being jacked up. You ask anybody who has been the victim of what that means in terms of losing their home, having nowhere to go. We know that we can actually deal with this issue. The young people of America care deeply about this issue. And I am proud that as vice president over the last 4 years, we have invested $1 trillion in a clean energy economy, while we have also increased domestic
windmills
gas
are killing the
production
birds.
to historic levels. We have created over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs while I have been vice president. We have invested in clean energy to the point that we are opening up factories around the world. Donald Trump said he was going to create manufacturing jobs. He lost manufacturing jobs. And I'm also proud to have the endorsement of the United Auto Workers and Sean Fain, who also know that part of
He's about to shit on
building
Fain.
a clean energy economy includes investing in American-made
has
products,
O'Brien's
American
endorsement.
automobiles. It includes growing what we can do around American manufacturing and opening up auto plants, not closing them like happened under Donald Trump.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
That didn't happen under Donald Trump. Let me just tell you, they lost 10,000
She lost me at the end
manufacturing
there.
jobs this last month. It's going, they're all leaving. They're building big auto plants in Mexico, in many cases owned by China. They're building these massive plants, and they think they're going to sell their cars into the United States because of these people. What they have given to China is unbelievable. But we're not going to let that. We'll put tariffs on those cars so they can't come into our country, because they will kill.
There's already
United
tariffs
Auto
on the
Workers and
cars so they
any
can't
auto
come
worker,
into the
whether it's in
country.
Detroit
Oh
or
my
South
God,
Carolina
they
or
already
any other place.
exist.
What they've done to business and manufacturing in this country is horrible. We have nothing because they refuse. You know, Biden doesn't
They
go after
added
people because
manufacturing jobs
supposedly
he
China
lost
paid him millions
net
of dollars. He's
under
afraid
his
to do it.
presidency.
Between him and his son, they get all this money from Ukraine. They get all this money from all of
Here
these
we
different
go.
countries.
He wants to go down this
and then
road?
You wonder, why is
Get
he
him on
so
the phone.
loyal to
Get him
this
on the
one,
phone.
that one, Ukraine, China? Why is he?
No one
why
gives
did
a
he get
shit about
$3.5
Hunter Biden.
million
You're running against
from
Kamala
the mayor
Harris.
Of Moscow's wife? Why did he get? Why did she pay him $3.5 million? This is a crooked administration, and they're selling our country down the tubes.
President Trump, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be right back
Yes,
with closing
thank you so
statements from
much.
both of our candidates. An historic night, this ABC News
Oh, this
presidential
is
debate.
going to end early.
Back in a moment.
Well, they do their closing statements, and then we'll be done by like 11, right?
It looks like
Yeah.
I would guess that we're going to be done by 10:45.
Yeah, Trump needs to head out and scream into a pillow or something for a second, and then we'll wrap up.
I mean, I gotta say,
There's
my
more to
sense
this.
is, you know, obviously, I would have loved her to say some different things, but from the perspective of assessing what their agenda was, the her campaign people have to be ecstatic.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean, they're
We
fun.
move
Mhm.
up the.
I mean, she's crushing
the-
it right now.
The time for
You are
going
right
live on the
about
main
that.
channel. We can do. I think. Okay. So, folks, as
I
soon
doubt
as we
they're-
are done here, we're going to be over on the live
Yeah.
on the main channel, which you guys are on my phone. For whatever reason, there's 3,300 people looking at the side of my head and hearing nothing except for you and I talking, not the actual debate. But maybe you're listening at home, and then we'll do the debate wrap up. But I mean, there are.
And I
Harris
think
campaign people who are just like fist bumping right now. I mean,
I'm
I don't think
thinking.
they're,
Hold on.
you know,
It's not
this isn't-
as big
this
as
isn't-
the last debate, but it is.
No, this is
similar.
not. And I don't want to, people to misunderstand. This is not a slam dunk.
So I think I might end the stream here and restart the stream in about
And you know,
I don't
Trump
know,
didn't have a total meltdown, but
30 minutes or something.
we are in the race.
Because I know that they're going to be restarting another stream. And I was still planning on doing a regular stream tonight. Maybe we can get Majority Report to come over to the stream. I don't know. I don't know. Just saying crazy shit, thinking out loud. But
that's what she did.
We were right.
I think we might. Do we want to watch the rest of it? Should we watch the rest of it? It's up to you.
I mean, honestly,
We'll leave it up to chat.
In the last debate,
I thought that was
we were all
catatonic.
catatonic.
Yeah.
No, I'm like, oh well, Trump's the president.
Yeah, I'll save mine now. I want to digest it like with their closing statements here a little bit, and then I don't think that we can rule out a slam dunk in this situation. I mean, it's pretty resounding.
I always contend at the end of debates that like I can't really fully assess because it's really not targeted towards us. Like, you know, I don't.
But we're
frankly,
we're acknowledging the fact that even the rhetoric that we're saying, like the stuff about, you know, I don't know, the China hawkishness. That's not my politics. But do I think that plays?
Oh wow!
I do.
Seems like people
She's
want
way
us to
better at
finish the
elaborating
debate.
than Joe Biden was.
right?
Exactly.
But even stuff like her, like let's all get along. Why are we dividing? Why can't we? Don't want to go back. I mean, like frankly, like look, I don't think we can all get along.
We have to crush them.
But I understand that, you know,
We have come a long way. That's a good point.
Partisanship. Have we heard bipartisanship
It's a good
from
point.
her one time?
No,
Except
actually,
the
the word
immigration
no.
bill.
Actually, that is the interesting thing, and that's a great point. All of her, where Obama said there's no red America, blue America, she didn't talk about a political divide. She was talking about more of like a social divide. She was like getting underneath the politics. And that I think is really a good point.
Which
like she didn't say, well, I'm bipartisan. She just said like neighbor to neighbor. It's Tim Walzy.
I was just going to say.
My gosh. We just saw what no one has seen before.
I figured we'd just watch what the people are looking at right now, which is apparently. What is this, a Discovery Channel? Ooh, Hulu, Disney Channel, Disney Plus. We are.
From the
We'll
National
finish it.
Constitution Center in Philadelphia,
We'll finish
Pennsylvania.
it.
David and Lindsay Davis.
Welcome back tonight.
Catherine Dunn, I think her name is.
She's representing.
Karen Dunn.
She's representing Google in the.
She during the day she is doing debate prep. At night she's preparing to literally be the lead litigator.
No. I'm not
the
saying
Google
she's
case.
Bernie Sanders, but do I think that maybe like slightly? I
David
mean,
Muir
I think she's
and
better
Lindsay
than Biden
Davis.
from
Well,
her
Welcome
record,
back
but
tonight.
yeah.
The time has come for closing statements, and Vice President Harris, we begin with you.
These two, I say, did a good job.
So I think you've
Actual
heard tonight
fact-checking.
two very different visions for our country.
Oh no. Fuck. Just sudden fail. That's good. Oh, well, this one's working.
Families and what we can do around protecting seniors, what we can do that is about giving hardworking folks a break and bringing down the cost of living. I believe in what we can do together that is about sustaining America's standing in the world and ensuring that we have the respect that we so rightly deserve, including respecting our military and ensuring we have the most lethal fighting force in the world. I will be a president that will protect our fundamental rights and freedoms, including the right of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. I'll tell you, I started my career as a prosecutor. I was a DA, I was an attorney general, a United States senator, and now vice president. I've only had one client, the people. And I'll tell you, as a prosecutor, I never asked a victim or a witness, are you a Republican or a Democrat? The only thing I ever asked them, are you okay? And that's the kind of president we need right now. Someone who cares about you and is not putting themselves first. I intend to be a president for all Americans and focus on what we can do over the next 10 and 20 years to build back up our country by investing right now in you, the American people.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump?
So she just started by saying she's going to do this, she's going to do that, she's going to do all these wonderful things. Why hasn't she done it? She's been there for 3.5 years. They've had 3.5 years to fix the border. They've had 3.5 years to create jobs and all the things we talked about. Why hasn't she done it? She should leave right now, go down to that beautiful White House, go to the Capitol, get everyone together and do the things you want to do, but you haven't done it, and
One
you
that
won't
is
do
focused
it
on the future.
because you believe in things that
other that
the
is
American
focused on
people
the
don't
past.
believe in.
Bingo.
You
And an
believe
attempt
in
to take us
things
backward.
like we're not going to frack. We're not going to
But we're
take
not
fossil
going
fuel.
back.
We're not going to do things that are going to make this country strong, whether you like it or not. Germany tried that, and within 1 year, they were back to building normal energy plants. We're not ready for it. We can't sacrifice our country for the sake of bad vision. But I just ask one simple question. Why didn't she do it? We're a failing nation. We're a nation that's in serious decline. We're being laughed at all over the world. All over the world, they're laughing. I know the leaders very well. They're coming to see me. They call me.
It's
We're
my
laughed
pleasure.
at all over the world. They don't
My pleasure to
understand
do
what
the
happened
stream.
to us as a nation. We're not a leader. We don't have any
I'm glad we
idea
can all
what's
do it
going
together.
on. We have wars going on in the Middle East. We have wars going on with Russia and Ukraine. We're going to end up in a third world war, and it'll be a war like no other because of nuclear weapons, the power of weaponry. I rebuilt our entire military. She gave a lot of it away to the Taliban. She gave it to Afghanistan. What these people
Wait,
have
she
done
gave
to
a
our
lot
country,
of the
and maybe
military
toughest of all
away
is
to the
allowing millions of
Wait,
people to come into
really?
our
That's
country.
what he's
Many
trying
of
to
them
say.
are criminals, and they're destroying
It's
our
like the
country.
teeny
The
tiny
worst
fraction.
president, the worst vice president in the history of our country.
President Trump, thank you. And that is our ABC News presidential debate from here in Philadelphia at the National Constitution Center. I'm Lindsay Davis.
And I'm David Muir. Thank you for watching here in the U.S. and all over the world and from
Well,
all
I
of us
guess
here on
that's
ABC
it,
News.
everybody.
Good night.
And we are here live on ABC with our
Thank you very much. He just walks off. Doesn't even shake anybody's hand. What an asshole.
Economy to abortion to Afghanistan. They had it all, and it was historic. John Carl, fiery.
Wow. 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 That was.
You cannot feel good about that debate performance.
I'm Jonathan Carl here with.
Cannot feel good about that one. There were a bunch of spots in there where he just looked really, really, really stupid. Okay, I'm trying to think. Do we just end it now? I think we end it now, and then I restart the stream. I know that majority port is going to be. I just basically threw my phone to the ground. That's good. Another majority port's going to be doing another stream in a second. There's so many people live right now. It's wild. I'm just like looking at how many people are live. Insane. I never see this many people live. Associated Press, Reuters, No Comment Chick, MSNBC, Mark Lamont Hill, The Bituation Room, Majority Report Live, Dan from the Internet, Other Renati, Matt Binder, The Rational National, Surf Time, ABC News, What You Can Do, The Humanist Report, The Vanguard, Associated Press again, and me. Okay, I'm not doing bad. Not doing bad, especially, you know, subscribers. I'm killing it. We're crushing it over here. Although my stream software is running pretty smooth. I guess I could just keep it going. We could take a quick. Just take a. No, I want to break them up. Event. So let's just. Yeah, I'm gonna end it. no. What's happening? Oh, God. You think this is the last debate? I guess we'll see. Just want to remind everybody that these streams are brought to you by the Galactic Patrons. You too can help contribute to the sort of content which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying for just a few US dollars a month. People like Gabby, Gaunt Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Techno Bach, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Selena, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoa, Nadia, Choki, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X.